Thank you, gentlemen. This is Rumour Control. Here are the facts.
I have learned the hard way. No, I don't mean that hard. I've learned more about the porn industry in the last 10 days than I ever have in my life. Yep, we're gonna go there. We are live once again from Reno, Nevada. In the high deserts, my secret fallout shelter under the sagebrush, ready to bring the ship up to broadcast depth. Broadcast my pirate signal into the Matrix. Yeah. Oh, boy, you're going to love today, my friends. You're going to love this one today. Let's get busy.
Recently, over the weekend, my girl, after 7 years of only sleeping with me and only recording porn with me, shot her first ever scene with a guy.
Oh no.
Besides me.
How did that go?
It's not out yet or anything. I'm actually like, people hearing this might be the first time they hear about it.
Of course, I'm the podcast.
I told Destiny about it earlier, which is even better.
Okay.
Yeah, I agreed. I was like, you know what? She's only going to be doing this adult content for a couple more years, realistically. You know, why not let her do what she's got to do business-wise?
How did you select the guy?
It's actually somebody that I'm real cool with that stood out to us as like, okay, he would make sense because he's like very high profile.
You picked the guy?
I wouldn't say I picked him, but he was just kind of like one of the obvious ones, and you know, I know him. He's a cool guy.
Of open marriages and open relationships. You got a wife and you let your wife get banged by other dudes. No. People listening will know who I'm talking about.
I appreciate you banging my wife.
I'm a professional, you know, I go in, I knock it out. That's what I do.
Hey, I absolutely, I cannot hold it against you, my friend.
Did you see it yet?
I saw a few of the clips. You put it down.
I'm not going to say their names because they're not as famous as me and they're dorks who talk shit about me all the time.
I just don't get men like that. I couldn't have a man look at my wife.
If you're going to engage in degenerate behavior like sharing a woman in any way, shape, or form, marriage isn't for you. Being a man probably isn't for you.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Hey, Jason. My wife's a big fan. She wants to shoot a movie with you. What are your movie filming rates? I'm like, yeah, it's 4K. He's like, okay, it's fine. We'll give you 10. I'm like, all right, cool. So I go there and I shoot the film with the woman. I drop some severe glizzy destruction on her. And the husband is recording this, right? I'm like, this is weird as shit. I'm like, some people, I never understood it, right? Nonetheless, so I drop the glizzy on the woman or whatever. So she dropping the go 3,000 and she's saying, hey, little man, you like that? He was like, yes, ma'am.
No, I don't know. Just like if I should feel diminished as a man as a result of this. Like the cuck narrative is very, very strong. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
So if you're cool with it, then you know it is what it is. Me personally, I don't know if I have enough in me to allow it, but everyone's different. Everyone have different levels of, how to say, mental maturity.
Hey y'all! Drew Tate, who has also been on the show, decided to weigh in on this topic.
There's a guy called Adam22. Once again, I have no idea who this man is. I just saw on Twitter yesterday that he was with a porn star who'd never done a male scene. They got married, and like a week after their marriage, she did her first male scene with some random dude, and he's on a podcast defending it. Why? This is the level you can, but this is what the Matrix wants from you as a man. They want the woman in charge and the man below with no backbone, because if the woman's in charge, they can emotionally affect her. They can scare her. It takes real stoicism to lead. So why are these women unhappy? Because no one's leading them. No fathers, no men of no backbone, no man they respect. So they're relying on society, which is promoting chaos, and their own mental state.
Adam22 comments and he says, if he's the top G, I can be the bottom G. Adam, this isn't a good look. I don't even know how you'll ever be respected by a guy again, or really women, to be honest.
This to be cool.
Adam22 situation. Oh yeah, that's been all over Twitter. And apparently he's letting his wife do with other men now. without him being there. So everyone was like, this is cuckoldry. This is cuck behavior. So then he made a post saying, I watched the video of my wife getting by this other guy and I thought it was hot. If that makes me a cuck, then so be it. Which is legitimately like the textbook definition of cucking. But I mean, if it's what he wants to do, that's totally fine. I'm just saying the way he's like handling the drama from it is just a weird play. He girls left and right, so the double standard is weird. It's just the way that he went about it, like afterwards, was just kind of a weird decision. She took her wedding ring off for the with the other guy, or she made a post talking about like, I don't understand why anyone thinks it's weird I took the wedding ring off, and then he replied like, you can have your vagina rearranged by other men all you want, but I draw the line at the wedding ring. And then she's like, no, I would never let that wedding ring touch another man's penis. Seems like self-destructive behavior for some reason.
Hey, how did you give her the acceptance of letting her, get by another guy?
So at first the conversation kind of started with like, oh, maybe we should do some like swinger stuff because we have like all these couples that we know that we've had on Plug Talk and like they do, and like the wife and the husband, they both do, and it's all good and they like are into it, or they do scenes where they like swap and stuff like that. So we were kind of talking about that at first. And then pretty quickly we were like, okay, well, if you're going to do another dude on camera for the first time, we should probably make it like a big thing, unironically, like a big thing, And so that's how we kind of landed on the Jason Love idea.
Talking about Adam, and he offers me, I'll give you $1 million to come on Plug Talk and experience your first threesome. You have got to live a little, bro. And this is what the left does. They try to bring us into their degeneracy. They try to bring us into this nonsense, this craziness. Well, I am good. I'm okay. No, thank you. Nada. No. Unlike some of the women that are on your show, I had a dad in my life, okay? No offense to those women, but, I did have a dad, and...
Would you like to know more?
I did have a dad, and... From me.
Way to that appointment, I'm about to be like, babe, my car broke down just to see what you're gonna do. Okay. Are you gonna come and get me? Are you gonna? Because if not, why am I giving it to you?
Cause you wanna me. Like,
I got toys in the closet.
Nah, check me out, cuz personally, I'm not laying down with no woman that I wouldn't see about. However, I know what type of I'm bringing to the bedroom. So with that being said, it ain't just you giving to me, beloved. I done broke that down every time you came over here. No, this not toxic. If is what you giving to me and I'm giving good back, then that just equaled out that part of the transaction. So if you down bad, because my thing is this, y'all got a whole song that the DJ can drop the beat on, and y'all say in unison that broke boys don't deserve no. Beloved, right. If you over there struggling, done fell behind on your bills, I'm taking my dick and I'm going home. I'm going home. I did my job. I don't owe you else.
Oh my God.
Unless that's what we got going on, I don't owe you nothing else. Way too much entitlement for the bro. Way too much.
I'm gonna let this one run out. All right, that's enough of that. Welcome back. It's always good to come in with a little bit of music, right? I'm back. I am in Reno, Nevada, as you can tell, because I've got the multi-camera setup and the sound is very, very good. I think the sound is better now. Although the new mic is working out pretty well. The new Rode mic. Thank you very much, Rode. RODE. You too can get it at Amazon. By the way, Amazon Prime Day, what, the 11th and the 12th? They should just call that bait and switch day. Because anything I want suddenly is like, well, we had this like an hour ago, but now it's gone. So you're going to hear something else that's like at full price. Okay, thanks, guys. Thanks, Jeff Bezos. Here's some more of my money to go make a big figurehead of Lauren Sanchez for your yacht. How we doing? Oh boy, there has been a lot going on this week. I did a few short form videos, just kind of a trial balloon there. I have a new studio set up in Las Vegas, courtesy of a guy named Jabrizi, good friend of the show, good fan. He's a reader and just was very, very generous and offered to let myself and Glenn Lawrence go in there and just sort of go to town. So we were doing that. If you haven't seen already, we did a show with Zerka. Actually, we did 2 shows with Zerka in that same studio. And thank you very much, Speed Freak, for your. Oh wait, you know what? I have all of my sound drops here, so I can help you out with that. Boy, I tell you, what's funny is like whenever I go and I do these on the road kind of things, I try to do a show on the road all the time. Thank you very much. You know what? This isn't even a super chat, but that was very kind of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, when we had Zerka on, man, I was in Vegas for 10 days. And I'll tell you the story behind it. But before I do, I would like to also point out that the Robert Kiyosaki video is now out. We did that 2 weeks ago, I believe. And yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. You know how I remember it's 2 weeks ago? Because 2 weeks ago, I was at the No Jumper studio and did a 2-hour and 20-minute video with our interview with Flacco, which is yet to see the light of day. Destiny got on, MLD's on, Sneeko's on, as you saw in the clips here, but Rolo, we'll get to it later. It's okay. Who cares? Just this old white guy. I don't have enough tattoos. Maybe I don't have enough tattoos to be on. I only got one. Maybe I got to get like 3 more before I qualify. But yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you. Oh, Jesus, man, you're already on fire. Thank you. Oh, you are so cool. Thank you, Sancho. I'll give you. What should you get for that? Here, you get one of those. You get in early, and I'll actually give you a sound drop for these. Hey, Rolla, I enjoyed the last AV Access Vegas for the first time. The girls, the conversation was good. Thank you. You know what? I think so too. Actually, I thought the last video, the last show of Access Vegas that we did was probably one of our best. Simply because we got pushback, right? We had some conflict going on there, but it wasn't like, I'm going to punch you in your face and kick you off the show kind of thing. It was some really. That's the kind of thing that we need. Right? We need to have that heated debate because then we can put heated debate in the title, right? And people will watch for whatever reason. But the conversation between myself and Jess and Jesse Preston and Jen, who was on there too, was really good. Actually, I shouldn't even point them out. They were very good, but like everyone on that show was fantastic. And it was one of our better watched shows. To say nothing of the fact that a week prior to that, we had John Zerka on. And man, I want to I need to reassess. I need to update my my estimate of John Zerka. John Zerka is not, in fact, the Andrew Dice Clay of the Red Pillar of the Manosphere. He is the cocaine bear of the Manosphere, or the Red Pillar, whatever we're calling this space going into the future. Thanks for that as well. Q&A always. Thank you. Q&A, I always want to see that from you. I will definitely do that. I used to do that quite a bit. I used to do Q&As quite often. And there's my good friend. Oh, wait, you get your sound drop. Yeah. Thank you, PP. Much appreciated. He's all, man, all y'all are getting in early today. I'm glad to see that. Yeah, we're going to be talking about the Adam22 situation here because I have inside information on all this good stuff. And we'll be starting. I promise I'll start a little bit earlier than I usually do. Just I have to get through the announcements here really quickly. I have as you see, I'm trying to do things a little bit tongue in cheek here with the clips, but all of these clips that I pulled from Adam22 and that are relating to his let's say cuckoldry. All of those were collected over the last 10 days, and really more like 2 weeks. And there's a reason for that. Hey, thank you, Dandy Live, for that. Much appreciated. What's this here? You may not like Nick Fuentes, but he can match Destiny's autism levels. Yeah, that's a good compliment for them. Let's just leave it with the compliment. When autism is a good compliment. Let's see what do you got here. Swallow getting younger by the day. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, I'm at the gym quite a bit. Which way's the gym? Also, I have also been working out quite regularly at Powerhouse Gym and in Las Vegas. I got like a 10-day pass or 10-day check thing. And thanks to Miguel Munoz from Dollar Cost Crypto, also my partner in crime in Las Vegas. Big shout out to Glenn Lawrence and his wife Nicole. They really helped out quite a bit with everything that we did. They are the team that is responsible for the Kiyosaki video and the post-production and the videography and everything else. Big shout out to Aaron and Allie, who are the videographers and the hard work, and they're the working stiffs for all of that. So big thanks to them. If you want to see the Kiyosaki video, it's right here on this show. And it's now available. You can also go pick it up if you want to go, and please do go over to Mike Sartain's channel and watch it over there if you want. We finally have monetization on Access Vegas. We're getting up in subscriptions now. I think we're at around 3,500 and climbing, so that's good news. And we got some big news coming up. I would say probably in the month of August. So stand by for that. Next week I will be in Vegas once again on Thursday. We're doing it every week, except for the 28th or 27th of this month, simply because I have to be in Lake Tahoe because my daughter is getting married on the 3rd of August. So I've got a lot of things to do in my official capacity as father and husband and giving away my daughter's hand in marriage. How's that? So I got that coming up at the end of this month and then the beginning of next month. So I'm trying to put out some more content. That, by the way, the short form videos that I did at Jabrizi's studio, was proof of concept. So you expect to see some more of that in the very near future, simply because I need to have content already lined up and like in the can, so you guys can have it while I'm away in Lake Tahoe doing husbandly, fatherly things. So there you go. Then let's see, what else do we got going on? Okay, so that's that. We also did a flat earth debate between John Zerka and Mike Sartain. If you want to opine about that, if you want to throw comments in the chat here, please hold off and go put those comments in the chat over on Mike Sartain's channel. There's a reason it's on Mike Sartain's channel. It's kind of his gig. So I let him set it up. If you want to talk directly to him, don't try to come through me. I was just there as sort of the moderator between the two of them. But I thought it was really, it was very entertaining. Let's just put that. But then last but not least, we just had sort of this spur of the moment, spontaneous talk between myself, Glenn Lawrence, Mike Sartain, and Zerka afterwards. And we talked about red pill topics, and we're doing so because Zerka was waiting to go to the airport because he got called away to go do Fresh and Fit on that Monday. And so we're just kind of saying, hey, we're hanging out, just shooting the breeze. So let's do a show. So that's what we did. And so that is now available. It's on Zerka's channel. It's on Mike's channel. It will soon be on Access Vegas channel as well, because I want that to be an Access Vegas exclusive thing. So you're going to start seeing more stuff on Access Vegas, on the Access Vegas channel that I might have done here, and then we'll push it over there, or it might be exclusive to Access Vegas, the channel itself, just so we can sort of get that off the ground. We want that to be its own standalone entity. And if you haven't subscribed to that channel, please go do so. And do we have Ninja Watchers? Is that what that's for? What does that mean? Somebody tell me what that means. Okay. Hey, Rolla. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got you already. Thank you very much, guys. All right. Yeah, I've been in the gym. Thank you very much. Oh, jeez. I can't even believe we even have a conversation about flat Earth. There are some things, like some conversations, and so I'm like, is that really, like, do people really still talk about that? Didn't we decide that the world was round, like back around, I don't know, the 1600s? I mean, officially. What? Okay. Really? Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. So here's why they talk about Zerka. Zerka is entertaining and over the top, and is just repeat. He follows over the top with more over the top. So quite honestly, I think, and this is just my professional opinion here, I think Zerka's talents are grossly wasted in Miami. He really needs to come to Vegas and sort of do his thing here. Only because I think it's more appreciated here. And I can also claim with a great degree of certainty that Access Vegas is now the #1 podcast in Las Vegas, period. There's a few people that might give us a run for our money, but they're not even in this space right now. So if we're looking at like, I don't know, maybe like Graham Stephan could do it, or bodybuilder Jay Cutler, his show, maybe you might have a case, but they're not in the same sphere as us. And we're really starting to like everything that we started almost a year ago, me and Miguel, and then Mike Sartain, everything we started a year ago and what we set out to do is starting to come to fruition finally. And so it's good to sort of get that recognition. So if people are looking for a podcast studio, or they're looking for something that's on the West Coast, we did it. So when people are saying, "Oh, what about whatever?" Well, whatever is in California, and they're kind of I hate to say about, and I like Brian very much, but I think he's kind of limited to what he can sort of source from UCSB, like University of Santa Barbara right now. Good show, but I would argue that Las Vegas is a much better hub and a much better place to go do a show. What's this? There was a lot of cope in the comments about Margot Robbie being below a 5. I would love to see Dr. Taraban from Psych. You know, he's probably, Orion has probably already done so. If he hasn't, you could probably expect it because he's usually on top of his game with like current events and stuff. Margot Robbie is not a bad looking girl. We talked about this. I did a little short form video of this. And then I also talked about it in the ending of Access Vegas on the last one we did. And Cocaine Bear, Berserker would win. That's I'm fairly certain. But I will tell you what's interesting about just my quick take on Zerka is I think he's probably a little bit more deep than a lot of people want to give him credit for, because a lot of that is kayfabe. If you don't know what kayfabe is, look it up. Kayfabe. It's the sort of dynamic between professional wrestlers where they don't have to actually get into, go into a meeting and say, okay, here's what we're going to do. If Macho Man Randy Savage has a problem with The Undertaker or whoever else, they already know that the back and forth between the two of them, it's in character. And that's what's known as kayfabe. There's a lot of kayfabe in the manosphere, and unfortunately in sort of the things. What is that? You really want that one here?
Conan, what is best in life?
It's now a sound drop. Thank you very much. Especially after the last one we did. So there's a lot of kayfabe involved with that. But the thing is once you get underneath that, like, he can actually carry on a conversation. He knows his stuff well enough to talk about it. And then like after about like 5 or 10 minutes of sort of like tapping out with sort of the serious topics, then it's like, yeah, I have sex with teenage girls and I do a lot of blow. That's the kayfabe, just so everybody knows. Should a man settle for anything less than genuine desire in a relationship? No, absolutely not. In fact, your relationship should be determined and should be founded on genuine desire. If you'd like me to get into that in a little bit deeper, I will later. I'm going to open up this show at the last half of the show, last third of this show. I'm going to open up to some questions. So if you'd like to, if you have something that's pressing, I'll open it up later. Really like your teaching role. How Adam22 is going live as a cucko for now on is crazy. It's not crazy. You know what? What the hell? Let's start right now. It's not crazy. And I'll explain to you why it's not crazy. I'm going to do a little bit of a timeline here before we get too deep, too lost in the weeds here. When I went to Burbank to go do the No Jumper, and I met Adam22 there, and just briefly, I only just kind of shook his hand and said, "Hey, what's up? Love your work, blah, blah, blah." Spent more time with Flacco than anyone else. And I really liked Flacco. I got like kind of Fresh Prince CEO vibes from Flacco. So I kind of liked him quite a bit. I'm really kind of like not upset, but I'm a little kind of disappointed that like they haven't already released our show, because I thought it was a really good talk between myself and Flacco. But I don't know, maybe they're sitting on it for the right moment, but or else they've been really preoccupied with the grift that is Cuckoldgate 2023. So I want to point a few things out here, because back in the day, there used to be this I think it was a documentary. It was kind of a mockumentary. It was called The Great Rock and Roll Swindle. And it was sort of like, this, how it sort of exposed the underbelly of like the music industry and rock and roll and punk rock and stuff like that. And it was the Great Rock and Roll Swindle. And I got these, I started thinking about that when I first saw the very first few videos of Adam22 throwing out to Destiny, of all people, how uncomfortable he was and how insecure he was, or how he wasn't really sure he was really cool with doing, with allowing Lena the Plug, who he had just recently married. Now, I have some backstory that I don't think some other people have, because I have spies in the industry, but the main one that I have, my La Femme Nikita, is actually Domo, who also goes by Onyx Muse, who is in the industry and knows a lot of the performers and a lot of the stuff that goes on behind the scene. She is sort of my eyes and ears, so to speak, in the porn industry. And we were discussing this right after the John Zerka show on Access Vegas. And we sort of came to the conclusion at that point that this was a big hustle. And I'm still of the opinion that this is a big hustle. And every time I see someone else talking about this or piling on to this, I just recognize, and by the way, Adam, bravo, man. I have to say, if you're going to say respect the hustle, this is the point where you say respect the hustle, because I can tell you right now, knowing what I know about like Adam22 and the industry and who he selected to actually sort of, dig out his wife on film, that knowing the situations between all that, I'm like, okay, this is a bit, this is a hustle. This is a hose job. It's a Baba Miza, right? Oh, he's a Jew. No, I'm not. I just know that Yiddish word. Thank you very much. But yeah, this is probably going to be, if this doesn't get Grifty of the Year, Hotep Jesus, I don't know what else could. I mean, right now, Adam22 is a shoe-in for the Grifter of the Year award. And as you know, I have like actually thrown, I announced the first, or I don't know, it was the second annual Grifty Award, the Grifter of the Year Award. And I would tell you right now, it's just, yeah. Okay, here you go. Thanks very much for Caps Lock Hustler here. He's doing it for clout, and money is milking it to broader Lambo. And okay, yeah, we know that now. Thank you very much. Okay, he's doing for clout. Okay, clout is, I hate that term right now because clout has so many different contexts to it. Clout is, you can clout jack somebody, you could get them on your show, they could do you free content, and then you make money off of them coming on your show because they think you're a big deal and they think they're going to get exposure for it. Like, for instance, that's really what Zerka's doing right now by making the rounds, because up until, about 2 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, Zerka's been around for a while. Don't get me wrong. I've seen video of him sort of like clowning on Destiny like 9 months ago, like a year ago. So he's been around for a while, but he hasn't really come into sort of his own really until, I would say, probably the last 6 months. Let's give him 6 months. And so when people say, oh, people can't believe Zerka is serious. No. Oh, would you like me to get into that too? I already talked about that, dude. I talked about that on like last week's show, brother. If you want to save that till the Q&A part. But no, I was going to say is that the, knowing what I know and from the industry, my industry insiders now, I'm 100% certain that this was a bit. It was a hustle. It was, and by the way, a very elaborate, complex one at that. But once you get the ball rolling, it becomes easier and easier. So when we're talking about clout, really in clout economics right now, when people say, hey, Rolo, why don't you come out on my show and we'll have you out and you can talk, you can go and debate Destiny, or you can go and talk to Sergio from Purple Pill Podcast, which I think is happening next week. I'm not really sure. You can go and do this, or you can do that, whatever. And I'm like, great. Can you at least like float me a airline ticket to get there? Can you at least like put me up in a hotel or something like that? So it's like, if I'm going to help you farm super chats on your show, can you at least like throw me a bone and say, you know what, you're doing a great job and you're making me a shit ton of money, and I'm probably going to make back the airfare and the hotel in the first half an hour, 45 minutes of this show. So here you go. Nobody does that. And nobody does that with, not just me. By the way, I'm not taking it personally because they do that with everybody. That's how things work. As I was saying before, in the manosphere right now, or what is becoming sort of like the hustle economy, You have like the hustlers, you have the reactors, the people who just react to whatever the next thing is. And not to say that I'm above that. I've done that, but I try to at least include some sort of like, nutritional value when I do that. And there's the holy rollers. There's the men's ministry leaders who want to be the Tradcons, who want to like jump on board with this, who are pretty much reactors themselves. Everybody's more or less a reactor anyways. And then you've got the ideas guys. Every one of those guys is dependent on ideas guys. Somebody who comes up with an idea like that, I would consider myself an ideas guy. I would consider Ryan Stone an ideas guy. And you know what? Odd as it sounds, Adam22 is also an ideas guy because he knows how to play the game. He knows how to game the system. He knows if he goes and says, yeah, I don't know if I'm really cool with having my wife get dug out by, was it Jason Love? Like, I know his name now. Thank you very much. I know another name of a porn star as a result of this. And I look at this and I go, this has got to be a hustle. And so I was talking with Domo afterwards and she was saying, I get that feeling too. And then I think about it and I look at sort of like the perfect storm. So when I was at No Jumper 2 weeks ago, coming up on 3 weeks, I was there and just total coincidence that MLD happened to be there all the way from Japan. Destiny was there that morning. I explained to you all about that in an earlier podcast. Thank you very much. And Sneeko just happened to be there at the same time. Rolo Tomasi was there. All four of us are there on the day that Adam22 decides to announce that he feels insecure, so he doesn't know how to feel about having another man knock it out with his wife. Well, then we come to find out a day later that through Jason Love, that I showed this video, that it was actually his idea. And he was saying, hey, why don't you go and do this? And also he was the cameraman. He was the one who was involved in sort of like this, setting this whole thing up and doing the whole thing. And then bit by bit by bit, we see another interview. Like every day we're drip fed a little bit more of this sort of very salacious, very like, TMZ, ish, like National Enquirer-ish stories, one after the other. And everyone just gobbles up that red meat. They just, oh my God, can you believe this? I can't believe this. Would you have your wife get dug out by Jason Love? Oh my gosh. Oh, what the hell's the world coming to? It's degeneracy. And then you've got like Pearl there going, and like some little kid who's like, and then it's like, it's insanity. Right. But you know what? He knows it's going to be insanity. Adam22 knows this shit. It's not like this just happened like organically. You don't drip feed, interview your wife and say like, who just got, did you set up to self-cuckold yourself to say, oh, well, how are you recovering, honey? Is it getting tight down there again? Are things, tightening back up? Well, guess who jumps on board then? All these guys are talking about roasties and stuff like that. Oh my gosh, it just stretches girls out, blah, blah, blah. He knows. Do you not think that he's been in the game long enough to know the reaction he's going to get by putting this out there? Do you think that buying her a Lambo, and the very expensive Lambo, after this, do you think that he doesn't know what the effect of that is going to be? I don't know what it is right now because it keeps going up and up, but the engagement and the views, you got DJ Academics doing a watch party for this. You got Andrew fucking Tate bringing up Adam22 on an interview with Tucker Carlson. You can't pay for that kind of exposure. Are you kidding? Like, I don't know if Adam like set that up, which I don't think he did, but like if he didn't and he's still letting the ball roll with all this stuff, he's probably going, oh my God, bonus points. And you look at all of the people who are coming out, like, especially in the Tradcon sphere, where they just pile onto this. Oh my gosh, I can't. This is just another reason why we need to elect Trump or elect DeSantis or elect, insert conservative candidate. You know what? We should elect John Zerka. I would vote for John Zerka for president just for shits and giggles. At the very least, he should be vice president, right? It's just amazing how quickly everyone jumped on board thinking that this was a real deal, that this was really something that was going on, because it's content. He's an ideas guy. And all these guys, all the people who are the entertainers, and all the people who are the reactors and all the people and the holy rollers, like even the pastors, even the men's ministry people or the women's ministry, Lila Rose, whoever your favorite trad femme is, they all pile on too. Everybody gets a slice of the Adam22 cuckold pie. Here you go. And I was sitting here watching this. I'm going, damn, that's freaking genius. Because he knows that's the reaction that he's going to get. And you suckers just gobble it up. And you know what? He's laughing all the way to the bank. And people go, well, if that's the case, Rollo, then I wouldn't want to sell out my eternal soul for that kind of degeneracy. Does he? He doesn't care. The very fact that you're coming to me to tell me that you're going to scold me for something Adam22 did as a bit, as a role, as a hustle, you're only playing even more into it by coming at me after it for pointing out the hustle that you guys fell into. And I'm watching this, and it's just like bit by bit by bit by bit. Then it's Sneeko. Sneeko, what do you think about that? Destiny of all fucking people on planet Earth just happened to be there, and he wants to talk about it, knowing that Destiny is probably one of the most infamous cucks outside of Jack Murphy. I guess Jack wasn't. I'm surprised he hasn't got Jack on the Adam. You want to really follow this up? Go get Jack Murphy on, because he's written quite extensively about this, and he'll be happy to sort of like help you rationalize it all away. And then we find out that, of course, he wants to do another one. And probably I don't know what the final tally on all this is. I don't know what the viewership is. I don't know what the engagement is. It's been trending on Twitter for God knows how long, but maybe that's an inaccurate, maybe that's not the metric I need to look at, but it's all over the place. I mean, people who don't even know who Adam22 is, they know the story. They don't know who, like, they could care less about him. I mean, you got to remember, Adam22 had Plug Talk is what it was. Adam22 maybe he's still doing it. I'm not sure. I want to interview Adam. I've been talking to him in his DMs and Twitter. I'll either go there if he wants me there, or we'll have him on Access Vegas. By the way, we're going to have Sharp from No Jumper on Access Vegas on Thursday. So he's scheduled to come in on Thursday and be the male guest, and maybe we'll do a straight up interview with him at some point, like myself and Mike. But he's one of the main three guys at No Jumper. I got a lot of questions for him. I want to know what he's all about. But I really would like to get Flacco out to Vegas. I'd really like to get Adam as well. Hopefully once all this kind of like starts to sort of, cool off a little bit, then he'll have some time. Like right now, I'm sure he's really like, I tried to get him, but he's like, I kind of am, involved with something right now. Yeah. Okay. I get it. So hopefully we'll do that. And again, it's like, I see this as a hustle. I see this as a scam. I see this. You got to remember, they've been together for like 7 years. They had Plug Talk. Plug Talk was their podcast where they basically interview a girl, and then once the interview is just about done, they actually have sex with the girl on camera right then and there. Right, they're sitting on the couch just having this normal conversation. It's like, okay, well, I guess it's time to strip down. Let's go, and get a blowjob and do whatever it is that they do. So it's him and Lena and whoever the female. It's always a female guest that gets involved, right? And that was their shtick for a long time. Now probably have to do it on OnlyFans. Clearly, you can't get away with that on YouTube. I was actually. If you wonder why I had to like sort of like make the what is it, the thumbnail look like this? There's more to that shot. Just pointing that out. I just had to move it on. But that, by the way, this will be one of the shots. I hate to say it, this will be one of the memes of 2023. That right there will be a classic meme for 2023, like the cuck beard, and then you got this, right? So, but why is that? Why was it so pervasive, and why is it something that is going to get that kind of engagement? Now, I've looked at. I'm just see if I have the story open just yet, but there was people were interviewing Adam22, like even TMZ was interviewing him about like, how's it going? What's the viewership like? And he's just like, it's like it's like probably one of the most well-watched videos, I think, on whatever, is it Pornhub? Wherever it is that it's premiering. I want to see what the final numbers are at the end of it, because I'm fascinated not only by the reaction to this and sort of the build to this, because it's really like Adam could have just done this and not said much about it, and people would have still, been outraged, but not quite as much as if he had like sort of drip fed each little video and a little bit of information after each one. And then it's like, oh, well, Lena admits that she really likes having sex with Jason better than Adam. And now you're going to lose your woman. I can't believe you would do something like that. What a fool. I feel better about myself for not being a cuck. You know, that's that right there. That's instant validation or that affirmation that guys need, like online, like that. You want to talk about like red meat. You want to talk about it's what's known as a pain point. You can feel better about yourself if you see somebody else like doing worse than you. It's like what Schadenfreude, right? It's like you sort of like get off on their misery or their misfortune kind of thing. But that misfortune is engineered. It's designed by design. And everybody's piling in, even Pearl. Oh my God. She's like the little chatty 12-year-old who won't shut up because like she wants to, and then he did this. And then he asked me, he offered me $1 million to really, Pearl. And then of course she makes content out of it, right? Everybody gets a slice. Everybody gets everybody eats, right? You know, it's like when daddy starts grilling on the grill, everybody gets a slice. Everybody eats, even the dogs. The dogs get to eat too. Everybody eats. It's red meat. It's just amazing. So I had to go Jesse Lee Peterson on you, but it's just amazing. Let me see if I can grab some of these back up a little bit here. Sorry, I'm gonna go in reverse order. My bad. Andrew Tate is working for the Russians. Spread the word, lads. Do we have proof of this? Allegedly, Elise. Allegedly. Till somebody can show me concrete proof. Get Dr. Orion T on. I'm trying to. Actually, I would love to have him. I want to do an interview kind of like what I did with Mike and myself when we did with Richard Reeves. I would love to have him on, and then I would love to get him on the show as well, get him on Access Vegas, because I know he's been on whatever podcast. I think he would probably hit that. Orion, I think you would do a whole lot better in Vegas than anywhere else. Just throwing that out there. And by the way, we're probably going to be the only place for you to do the appearances on pretty soon. I mean, at least live appearances on. I'll explain to you why here in a minute. What's going on, brother? It's been a while. Hope you and everyone is well. God bless. Thank you very much. God bless you too, my friend. All right. You know what? I hate it when I don't put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Let's see, Jet, what do we got here? Do red pill dynamics principles still apply between Adam22 and his wife, given the whole thing is a hustle? Yes, it does. But let's just say for sake of argument here, now hear me out. Listen, just hear me out for this. I know that's a bit. They've been together for 7 years. They just got married recently. I didn't know that. I thought they had been married longer than this, but they just recently got married. And the reason why I brought this up in the first place, and this is really so that's the salacious red meat side. Here's the nutritional value. Okay. The reason why I was fascinated by this whole thing was for two reasons. One was the hustle, right? And I still am. I'm still waiting for the next shoe to drop, right? But the other part of this is sort of the red pill principles that go along with this, because the reason why this agitates and it was over the top, like kind of outrage bait, is because it pokes the pain points of the Tradcons, of the red pill, of the black pill doomers, of, you know, the religious, really super religious people, Pearl for whatever the hell she is. Andrew Tate is talking about it with Tucker Carlson. It's easy. It's low hanging fruit for these people, but it's not just low hanging fruit. It's really good freaking low hanging fruit, because they know the people who pick up on this, who are all involved in this kayfabe, pick up on that and they go, this is going to play to my audience somehow. Hell, I'm doing it right now. The reason why I went and pulled all those clips over the court, you know, those are over that which were drip fed. And by the way, there's a lot more. If I could fit more than 10 in StreamYard, I probably would have. But the reason why people are just waiting with bait, well, give me the next one. Come on, give me the next one, Adam, so I can feel outraged, so I can feel something. That's okay. So each one of those individuals who's like, they're kind of just salivating for their next little scrap of red meat that Adam, the outrage cuckold bait that Adam's throwing out there. He knows that's going to play on all of those fronts, on every single front. And you'll notice whenever he's pressed on these things, he's just kind of like deadpans the whole thing. He doesn't really have too much of an emotional reaction. He's not like, it's almost like he's trying to like sort of, you know, suppress a laugh or something like you suckers, you know, because I'm looking at this and I'm watching it. And to the extent that it has been taken, to the extreme that it has been taken, and like you can see the method and the madness with each new video that goes out there. So, for instance, when the very first video of Jason Love, who, by the way, knows all these guys because they're like talking to, they're texting each other on a first name basis, right? Because Adam's been in the porn industry for a long time. So has Lena. Do you not think that they might have got together and go, okay, here's what we're going to do? Or even if they didn't, they're still playing the kayfabe game along with Adam. So when you look at sort of this cuckold bait, it plays on men's jealousy instincts. It plays on women's moral crisis, moral outrage instincts, particularly if they have like really strong religious or spiritual, whatever, convictions. Even guys, especially, suddenly it's, they want to lose their mind. Doesn't matter what religion you are. Nobody wants their woman getting railed. Nobody wants their woman getting it, unless you're Destiny, unless you're okay with that, unless it's open on your end and open on her end, which is that a marriage? I asked that question on Access Vegas. I'm going to return. We'll come back to that one because this is really the more deeper side of the whole thing. Is there something more sinister? Is there something that's more sort of psychologically unsettling about all of this? Because we're still trying to figure out how we're going to do monogamy, polygamy, polyandry, polygyny, bigamy, you take your pick. Which one is going to sort of be the definition or the standardization for what we call marriage going forward? Because technically Adam22 and Lena the Plug are married. Holy matrimony. She wore a white dress. I've got the wedding pictures. Would you like to see? Here, let's have a look. I got these right here. I called them up. Did I get them? Oh, I didn't bring them in. Oh, you've probably seen them. Do I have this? Wait a minute. Where did I put that one? It might still be in that folder. I'll call it up in here in a minute. But the bride wore white. That's your bride, right? Till death do you part. I mean, and I don't know what the ceremony was like between Destiny and Melina, but they're married too. Is that marriage? Let's see if it's closed on her end and you can have side pieces and your wife is your main and you're married to her. Is that marriage? Some guys would say yes. And some women, like their wives, would probably say yes too. And they're all right with it because they found a guy who's a high quality guy and they know that, hey, it is what it is. Like I want to keep him around. As long as I got 2 babies, I'm pretty much okay. And he stays high value. Sometimes it's going to happen. Right? Well, is that marriage? Or is it just closed on his end? Wait, what I have. And by the way, on Thursday, on the 20th, I will actually be at Access Vegas, but I will have been married for 27 years on that day, on July 20th. So is what I have marriage? Closed on her end, closed on my end. I surround myself with beautiful women all the time, but I'm faithful to my wife. I have been for 27 years. And so I love it when I get I love this when people come at me and they go, roll to my, hold on a second. I love there's a reason this is so good.
Man, roll to my, you don't get no hoes, man.
Yeah, I don't. I have one main wife that I've been with for quite some time and I quite enjoy having sex. I wish I could have more sex with her because I'm off for 10 days in Vegas. But yeah, I'm very satisfying, very, very loving, very happy, very fulfilling, we're on the same wavelength even now, in our 50s. And my daughter's getting married soon too. My daughter, who has a master's degree. Thank you very much. With honors, with Magna honors. Top of that. But then people say, well, Rolo hasn't seen a new vagina in 27, well, it's 28 years actually. And yeah, but what's funny is just maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, certainly 4 years ago, certain individuals who now want to be, family men were throwing rocks at myself and Ryan Stone and God knows who, anybody who was married, who has no business being in the manosphere because they're married. Well, they've never seen a new vagina in a long time. And look at their wives. Please go look up pictures of my wife if you want to. But idea was you were not credible. No one should listen to you, Rolo, because you're married. What's he going to possibly know? He hasn't been in the game for a long time. Well, those same people right now, they want you to think that they're just like, they're a family man all of a sudden. Bam. You know why those same guys who used to come at me and Ryan and several other people all the time, those same people who are coming at us, who are now suddenly want to be, holier than thou, and they want to suddenly be a family man. You come to find out that they're actually married, or they have a steady, main, and they got kids and all this other stuff. And now, because that's where the narrative is going right now. So now it's not enough. Now before it was show me the receipts. Oh, okay. Well, my receipts are I've been married for 27 years. I close on her end, close on my end. We're still in shape. We still have sex. We love each other lovingly. We both go to the same church. We both have the same beliefs. I'm okay. Let's see. Can I go down the list a little bit? What's your checklist here? How many kids do you have? Well, one, only child. Nah, it's not enough. You're not going to save the West. Get out of here. Like how many real man points do I get per kid? That's what I've been asking Ryan that. Like 10? How many do I need to save the West? Like 50. I have 50 points. I got to have 5 kids. Because now that's where things are going. And those same people who are outraged with Adam22 and what was going on and getting played and getting rolled and getting gamed by Adam22. Adam22 just gave you content. It gave you something to riff on, and it is juicy red meat. Especially for the new character and the new persona that is the family guy, the father, the guy who's the upstanding, pro-social, moral guy all of a sudden. You mean the same guy who was going to yacht parties and laying over Lamborghinis and McLarens and God knows whatever else and, telling me,
Like, man, bro, sometimes you don't get no hoes, man.
Well, would that not now make me like the preeminent, authority on your new grift? No, it doesn't. It's like they're playing you. Adam22 is playing you. It's okay. And you know what? Good on you, Adam. I'm team Adam22 because all these guys, they're just giving Adam22 is an ideas guy. And who see all the other hustlers, entertainers, outrage brokers, reactors, men's ministry, trad femmes, everyone who wants to just heap manure on the manosphere. Guess what? He gave you some material so that you could go that much further with it. Without him, you don't exist. And without me, you don't exist. And without the ideas guys, you don't exist. You're grift. You are creatively lethargic. You're creatively empty. Zero. You have nothing unless you have somebody else to talk shit about. And you have to keep reinventing that persona year after year. You know who hasn't? Me, this guy. I've been doing the same thing for 22 some odd years. But yet some blue-haired dude seems to be the preeminent authority on the manosphere and the red pill all of a sudden. Okay. I'll just sit here and keep doing what I've been doing. And then you know what? I'm going to wait it out. And I guarantee you, mark my words, I will clip. This is the clip. Here's the clip. I will clip this. I will hold this off. And when we come back from the 2024 election cycle, and maybe in the spring of 2025, I'll play this clip. Hear me now and believe me later, guaranteed. And all these guys will come back. All these guys who wanted to be moralists, everything else. It's part of the script. And I'm going to read an old Rational Male post. It's an essay. It actually ended up in one. I want to say I believe it's in my third book. It's called The Script. And the script really kind of, as an essay, as a chapter, as an idea, as a concept, it really describes what's going on sort of in gestalt, right? In total right now, what's going on in the red pill and the manosphere. And by the way, it always does this. We'll come back full circle. Everybody, it's like, this is Sparta. This is Sparta. This is madness. Yes, it is madness. I'm going to be the guy kicking the dude in the freaking pit. Forgetting what was the guy's Leonidas. There you go. Because we're gonna stay the same. I've done the same thing. The shit doesn't change. The dynamics don't change. The context might. The social dynamics might, but the foundations don't change. Human machine is still a human machine. Human psyche is still a human psyche. until we can re-engineer that or replace it with AI, I guess. But yeah, it's just, and then of course we have the crisis king. Yeah, it's like that's your slogan. Like that. I understand, by the way, if you saw the Zerka episode on Access Vegas, I can fully get behind why Nicole Lawrence Coco was pissed off at Zerka, because it's like team sports. That's all it is. It's just what color is your pennant? What color is your banner? Are you red, blue, green, whatever? What is it? What team are you on? And now it's sloganeering, and now it's, ethno-nationalism, and then it's, suddenly racism is okay again, or like whatever, sort of like it just basically kisses the edge of it before you hit the censorship stuff. And this is, by the way, nothing new. The same thing happened in 2015, 2016 election cycle. Same thing happened in 2019 and 2020. The only thing that sort of shook things up in 2020, of course, was the C-19 pandemic, right? So, but even then, people were still, people were just the moral outrage, the moral crisis that was going on. And by the way, it's only going to amplify that much more. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, my friends. And that's part of the script. Like, for instance, like if you go and I hate to invoke the name of Roosh, but at least Roosh did what he said he was going to do. If you're going to leave the manosphere because you have religious convictions to leave the manosphere, then do so. Roosh did, more or less. I know he's got a newsletter and stuff, but don't ride the fence. Just do what you say you're going to do. If you're going to leave the manosphere, leave the manosphere. Thanks, Sammy. I already have it called up. I'll be reading from it today. He just gave me the link for the script. But let's work our way back a little bit further here. Did I get this? Did I get that? Yeah. Okay. That was that one. The point of my comment is to show if you create value, money can be made. Rolo, you are proof. Thank you. You don't need to cuck out for any reason for money. Yeah. Until I can't fucking keep the lights on. The problem with that is, and I understand what you're saying, Crypto Keeper. The podcast has been streaming for 20 minutes. Rolo made over $170 in 10 minutes, roughly $15 a minute. Thanks. Hopefully he'll make a little bit more than that. I don't make that much off of this stuff. I think people think I am way more paid than I actually am. Like whenever I'm hanging out with like Robert Kiyosaki or Ken McElroy. Ken McElroy is I hope I'm not selling you out here, but I think Ken McElroy is probably worth close to $1 billion. If he's not, he's awfully close to it. I know that Robert Kiyosaki is somewhere around like 200 million, 100 million, 200 million. I mean, once you get past 10 million, it's like, all right. Jason Hartman, I can't even give you a ballpark estimate of what Jason's worth. George Gammon, I couldn't even dream about what his net worth is. I do know that they are very rich, affluent, wealthy men. And I am honored and privileged to call all of them friends, and will do so for quite some time because I really enjoy their company, particularly Robert Kiyosaki. But it's funny is people think I just hang out with Robert because it's like clout jacking. I'm like, no, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't texted me yet. But I'll bring him in. He really enjoyed himself on AV and stuff. But like, I'm hanging out with guys who are like, let's say they're all worth at least $100 million, right? And I'm like, you guys think I am way more paid than I actually am. But that's the thing is like, I have to stay. I don't know that I'll ever be that wealthy, and God forbid I become that way, because I think what I would do is use my money to like do things and do projects and stuff like that. Invest it into people. I think that's where I would go with it. Should a man settle for anything? Listen, okay, got that. Got you. Really like your teachings, Rolo, how Adam22 is going to cuck. Okay, got that. I heard, okay, so part of that grift, part of that shill, is self-shill, is that the next movie that they're supposed to do, the next porn they're supposed to do, I think it is Adam who's supposed to be part of running a train on Lena. So my question is this, is why are guys so bloody ready to believe that this is like for real? Like, oh, he wants to be a cuck. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the cuckold dynamic and like why guys get off on that. But what gets me is like so many people think this is just representative of the degeneracy that's going on right now. Yeah. Okay. But you're gobbling it up and rebroadcasting it and basically reheating it and recreating new content based on it. If you were that morally outraged over what's going on with what, like said, the example that Adam22 and Lena Lena are presenting here, you wouldn't say anything about it. You would do what Roosh did, right? If you were about your convictions, you would do what Roosh did. To his credit, okay. And I didn't want to believe it at the time because I thought that this was just Roosh being Roosh one more time. But when Roosh V decided to essentially take all of his books off of Amazon, and he wrote, I mean, he's written some more like sort of Christianish books since then, but he decided to go hope I'm right in this, Eastern Orthodox religion, Christianity. And he's been sticking to it. He's not trying to make a comeback. He's not trying to reinsert himself back in the matrix. He's been good and gone for a while. Now, I know he still has the forums and such. He still is, part of an online community, but he is in no way the same persona that he was when he was writing lay guides or when he went on with Dr. Oz. And so at the very least, I can respect him for sticking to his convictions for as long as he has anyways. So, but that's part of the script though. Once you get to the point where you can't make the shit work anymore, that's when people find God. It's really kind of the same thing for women when they get into the epiphany phase. There's this epiphany that I can't keep floating the same persona anymore. And now I better reimagine myself and I better get right with you. For most people, it's, I got to get right with God. Or like, for instance, when you go to Alcoholics Anonymous, you're supposed to go apologize to people that you wronged in the past when you're all fucked up, right? When you're drunk. It's kind of like the same dynamic. It's like, oh, I got to go back and get right, make things right with people. Hey, you know what? I know I really fucked you over when I was hammered. That was the booze talking. I'm now, part of AA, whatever. There's that aspect. That's part of that's kind of another, like a variation of the theme that is the script. And I'm seeing that script play out with Adam22 right now, only he's leveraging it amongst all the people who want to sort of like jump on the what will be in 2024, the moral crisis that is the culture war. And Adam is playing the villain. He's playing the foil right now and will continue to do so long as you guys keep gobbling up. Don't worry. Here's some red meat. Don't worry. I'll make more. Everybody eats. And that's really how it goes. So let's see. I'm collecting action figures. I am. I'm not collecting. Do I have action figures? I don't have any action figures. I have some collectibles, but I only have Superman and Batman. But like, I don't put them in my background. Yeah, I love that. What's funny is it's interesting to me. Here's a side note. Sorry, stop for full stop. Whenever I see podcasters, like for instance, you see the guitar here, and I could probably, let's see, can you see over here? Yeah, I got the basses right there, and my Cytherea is right there. My very expensive Cytherea is right there. And it's interesting whenever I'm looking at podcasts and I see like Funko Pops in the background or like anime figures or like is it like Gundam models? And I'm kind of like, that's kind of cool. But like it tells you something about the person who's like delivering it. And you go, oh, okay, here we go. This is a gamer girl. This guy is, he watches anime, Matt Walsh. But then like I see these other guys who are like sort of like it's the ortho bros, right? Orthodox Christian ortho bros. They'll have pictures of like these like illuminated manuscripts of like the pictures of the saints in the back, like posters and stuff. I'm like, can you just like tell me what you're about and not have to like broadcast it with posters? You have this big wall of like books, and here's my library. This is what I've read. My library consists of one little bookcase that's right over here, and I don't like, unless that's something that's really important, has sentimental value to me, then okay. But it's funny when I see these guys who are supposed to be these learned scholars or whatever, and they've got this big giant library of like, books. This is my book collection in the back. That makes me an intellectual. All right, bro. But it's funny how people try to tell you what they're about by like and I do the same thing. Like that's me. I don't collect action figures. I collect very expensive guitars, probably more than I should. He played to what sells. Yes. Woman's fantasy to cuck their husbands. Do you think that's a fantasy? Could be right. Might be right. The ones who are mad is because they still with that woman and they can't leave. Cheaper to keep her, do what she wants. I'm going to talk to you here as soon as I catch up here. We're going to get into the cuckold dynamic. Grift level 1000 is them getting married right before. You think? No. What? Wait, there you go. Hold on. That was a good one. Let's do this one. There, copy that. Wait, here's your. Oh, let's do stupid face. So we have more stupid face for thumbnails. You can do stupid face thumbnails. Yeah. Do you think so? The way he can say my wife is getting BBC'd. Yeah. If you know what that is, then you know what that is, and you know why he's saying that, right? Big black cock. Big black cock. Let's just say marriage is loosely defined here. Yeah, it is. Loosely. Winning stream. Thank you very much, Black Tiger. You get one of these. Black Tiger. I like that name. Cuckoldry. Let's see. People don't think Destiny has the authority on the manosphere. They're just trying to find the antithesis to counter the red pill. Yeah, and a lot of other people are as well. However, when he's on Chris Williamson or Lex Friedman, or he's on with Tim Pool, or he's got, name the name that he's been on, that's the pretext. That's the preconception. All right, now we're going to bring this blue-haired freak in here, and he's going to tell us about what is this manosphere anyways. Give us your opinion. Show us what you know what they're talking about. Say something. Freaking Larry King live. Right? Tell me, Destiny, what is the manosphere? Church of Petrol. The flaming Church of Petrol. I'm not religious, but I really feel you on being caught between socially conservative and socially liberal schools of thought. Thank you. Yes. Keep red pilling Christians and making libertarians less boring.
She's not a Christian.
I know. I need to get a Pearl sound drop. I think she's earned it by now. Yeah. Well, I think I mentioned this once before. Is like when I watched, MLD on the Whatever podcast, and on one side of the table is like sort of the moral majority, if you know what that means. On the, well, if you're looking at the table on the left side, and then on the right side, you've got Destiny and Melina and all the sort of like, all the people who are going to hell are on this side of the table, and all the people who are going to heaven are on this side of the table. And in between is like MLD, and looking good too, by the way, looking sharp dressed and everything. And he's got the poor chick who's like sort of like mentally, she's got OCD or autism, or she's a spurg of some sort, and she definitely has Tourette's, and she just blurts out whatever. And I felt from MLD and all of that, because he's just like looking on both sides at the same time. That's how I feel. That's what's happened to the manosphere right now, that manosphere proper. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that's interesting. This just in. Oh man, I'll keep that to myself. I just got something texted to me. You're gonna find out soon enough. I don't know if it's confirmed. I can't give confirm. I hate it when I get like what really juicy stories and I can't really confirm them, and I have to like sort of like back up off of them before I announced. But so let's get into, okay, so why is it that the whole cuckold dynamic is a thing? Before we do, I want to show you something from Xena the Witch. Here you go, Xena. Here's that attention you were looking for. Tradcons are shredding the red pill up. No, they're not. Tate called the red pill goofy and idiotic. Conservative pure women look at the red pill as degenerate. Rolo, the only red pill who has successful family. Well, yeah, and all those people who are calling it degenerate, they called me degenerate before. The rest are single and smashing IG models. Oh, God, if only that were the case. Is she trolling? Is that kayfabe coming from her? Yeah. Yes, it is. And no, I'm not unblocking you, Xena. Sorry, not sorry. This was another really good one I picked up off of the internet From an evolutionary perspective, having children is the most important. A Chad with 1,000 bodies that never results in children has the same genetic influence as a virgin. I think not. I think not. I love how, like, you know, what's funny is like the same people who would throw this kind of shit out here and it's like, Christ is king. They still want to use an evolutionary perspective to sort of back up their religious convictions. And I see you, Mike. Mike, I'm doing a show right now. Mike, hello. Wait, should I stop and tell I'm doing a show? Here, Mike, I'm on my show right now. Now he's going to come over and see if I'm talking shit about him. Because I know you don't watch, but that's okay. It's all right. I love you too. Mike does a lot of like pre-records. Anyways, getting back to this one. No, the Tradcons are not shredding up the red pill, and neither are the people who are sort of like the anti-science guys are not also ratcheting up anything or tearing up anything. It's just the pushing away from it. I told you guys this as far back. I've been talking about this for many years, but I certainly, the most recent time I talked about it, of course, was like on the end of the year show on Rule Zero. I said you wouldn't recognize the manosphere by August, and actually, if anything, I was premature. I think probably maybe June or July would have been more accurate. But it's just all part of the same thing. They have to. The people who want to disown the manosphere right now, who are the same people who want to jump on this sort of moral degeneracy on this stuff. They're the same people who want to jump on this, right? You got to have more children. Any sex that I'm going to paraphrase this. Any sex that you have that isn't intended for procreation is a drug addiction. Like that? Yeah. So I guess I'm addicted, man, because I'll be happy to say I'm good in that too. I'll stay addicted because I like to fuck. I'm sure you do too. Apparently you do. You like it well enough to watch Adam22 and get the play-by-play and wait for the DJ Academics watch party. And God knows whoever else had something else going on. I love that. You know, what's funny is so I didn't get to this part. I should have got to this part first. You got Adam22 who throws out this like bit. He drip feeds you the story over the course of, which build up to last Thursday, which is when the video drops. And so it's like builds this anticipation. It's almost like the major summer blockbuster movie that comes out. But you have to build it up. You have to hype it up. You have to put the posters out. You got to get the T-shirts and the action figures, right? You got to get all that merchandise rolling before the movie comes out, so people go, "Damn, this is a great blockbuster. I love the Avengers. I love the new Star Wars." Oh, okay. But I still, I want to keep the T-shirt. That's what all that was the buildup, and in his business savvy, Adam22 realized what was going on. But again, the same people who are doing that buildup now, or the people who are reacting to each little drip fed like piece of it, they go like when Jason Love starts saying, she's used to a much smaller guy. Okay, now we got the racial element that goes along with that. Oh, really? Let's jump on that. It's misgenation, right? It's the black guy with the white woman, and oh my God, dude, plays right into that. Cuckoldry fantasies plays into that. Adam's not a real man. Andrew Tate said he wasn't a real man, so I'm a Tate guy, and I'm going to stick on. Plays into that narrative right now. Even with Tucker Carlson, I don't know how it was like 72 million people watched that. I mean, live, it's probably up beyond that now. Last I looked, it was 72 million people watched the interview between Tate and I was one of them, right? Watched the interview. Like I can just imagine like what was going on through like Adam's head when he saw this. Oh my God, they were talking about this stuff. I mean, mission accomplished, right? But that was probably a bonus he wasn't. I presume he wasn't expecting. And because all it does, good, love me, hate me, just spell my name right, Adam22, and laughing all the way to the bank. And I have this mental image of like lean to the plug and Adam and the baby's like asleep in the next room, right? Because they got a kid together, and they're sitting in bed and they're just looking at their tablet. They're going, "Look, check this out." Like they can't believe their luck, right? They can't believe that it went this far. Well, the thing is now you have the initial ideas guy, the initial grifter. You got a grifter who grifts on the grifter, and then the grifter who grifts on them. So it's like it's this self-perpetuating, inbred, self-fulfilling loop that keeps going on and on and on and on. Does he really feel this way? Whether he does or he doesn't, you're still talking about it, and you're going to do a watch party. And you know what? When DJ Academics did the watch party, there were people who doing a play-by-play or like sort of like subcontracting, subletting DJ Academics by doing their reaction video live while he's doing his watch stream live of something that Adam set up 2 weeks ago. So it's like, it's the bottom of the Inception. It's like watching the Inception. Where's the original Inception? No, it's Adam, of course. But it's like, you have to like figure out, okay, well, they're watching because this guy did this. And then this guy got it all out of control and outrage because of that. And, oh, can you believe this? Oh, and so no matter who you follow, whether you're like into the Tradcon stuff or into the moral crisis, or you're into the degeneracy, or maybe you just get off on cuck porn. Adam's got something for all y'all, including me, because I'm doing the same shit right here. But at least I'm trying to give you the breakdown and show you how you are manipulated. Right. I love it when people say you shouldn't go watch that thing on Netflix, or you shouldn't go watch those movies. Hollywood wants to sell you on the global homo agenda or whatever the new thing is today. But they'll eat up Adam22 stuff, and because it's outrage. It's outrage brokership. I would call him an outrage broker, but also an ideas guy. So, all right. You win. Let me come back here. What you got? Uncle Rolo, do girls find men with male pattern baldness hot? I don't know. I would never know. I wouldn't know. Male pattern baldness? Probably not. I don't know. I think is the guy yoked? They might if the guy's yoked. They might if the guy is a good dresser. Maybe, but I don't know. What else is involved in all of that? Do they find them hot? Probably not. I have not seen any like Chippendale style calendars with the guys with male pattern baldness. Although I'm still waiting on that the dad bod calendar, which apparently somebody told me is like the hottest thing right now because that's really what women want. Who cares? What is that? A Madman episode? What do women want? Who cares? All right. Let's keep going here. I want to point out a few other things here. Let's see. I want to come back to this one. This quote. I pulled these quotes. Oh, by the way, this is my new meme.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
And sooner or later, he's going to show up in the chat, and I'm going to laugh my ass off. Let's see. Oh, okay. Here we go. I wanted to point out a couple more things here real fast. So if you don't think that this is a grift, well, you can all you have to do is look at the tweets and the play-by-play that has come in the aftermath of the video being dropped. Okay. How do I know that? Well, this was part of Adam22's Twitter. Okay. No nudity, nothing here. This one was from the video. One was from another one. I think you're well aware of who these people are. I should hope so. The one below is very infamous, right? Now, after that, that's by the way, that's number one. Okay. Do you not think now that this was engineered, that this is a shtick? This is what he was aiming for. This is cuckoldry pays, man. It agitates. It's outrage bait. It's outrage brokership. You don't believe that? How about the second one? How about this one right here? Who did it better? Part 2. When he interviews him afterwards, and now we got the red table talk between Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith. Well done, Adam. Oh my God, yeah. It's funny that like maybe I'm the only one that gets this, but it's almost like he's mocking you now. This is what I did. This is what I was trying for all along. All that stuff, nothing plays like cuckoldry. Go look up hot wifing. Go look up cuckoldry. Go look up the Black New World Order on Twitter right now. Please go do that. I am ashamed to say that I'm well aware of all this shit now in the last 10 days. Thank you very much, Domo. And all the shit that entailed in all of this. Yeah, it's going to play to that because, the same Tradcons are clutching their pearls because it's not that pearl, clutching their pearls because it's a moral outrage, moral crisis. It's the decline of Western civilization. They're the same people who are watching hot wife videos. They're the same people who are, you know what BNWO is. Yeah, those people. They know. I was asked one time, I said, do you think that Twitter is ever going to get killed off by another platform? Like, I think it was like Parler or some other shit that was it. There's some other ones, right? I'm like, no, it will never die. Twitter will never die. You know why? Because it allows hardcore pornography. The day Elon takes hardcore porn off of Twitter is the day Twitter dies. Then something else will crop up because people want to jerk off. And you know what? Even if it's like maybe it's women who aren't using it as a porn usage, right? They're still looking at this. They're still outraged by this. They still get off on this in some way, shape, or form. Like it feeds into the communication fantasies, the social media. Like, thanks, Sterling. I saw that clip, brother man. Where's my, oh God damn it, I don't have it loaded. I need my trap card. You triggered my trap card. He did a video. I don't know, maybe it was a clip from an interview that Sterling was doing, but he said something to the effect of that, like, social media is basically pornography for women, which of course is something I've said for quite some time now. And by the way, I get run up the flagpole for that. But if a guy who's like a former male porn star says something like that, they're like, oh yes, you're so highly intelligent, good looking porn star guy. But it's the same thing. It's like the reason why social media is popular for guys, of course. Well, at least for Twitter, anyways. I was looking at that's so. Let's rewind the tape here. So Cuckoldry, hot wifing, Cuckoldry, BNWO, whatever, BBC, whatever else you want to talk about. I don't care. I'm going there today. That is going to trigger, and that is going to like bring to the surface a lot of moral outrage. By the way, I saw, I think it was Mackenzie Mack was talking about a friend of ours. And then she's online, and then like I have every expectation. Has Brett Cooper done any content on this yet? I'm sure she probably has, but they're talking about stuff that, like, they're just shocked that they've never seen this kind of videos or this niche porn or this kind of stuff before. Do people really like this? And then there's the guys who are like, yes, I can't believe something like this exists. This is the decline of Western civilization. Meanwhile, in another window, they're watching, like, you know, Hot Wifey 106969. No, they know damn well what it is. And you know why I know that? Because Adam was very successful in promoting that and putting that out there. There wouldn't be that moral outrage or that moral panic if he didn't already realize that this was a very popular subject for well, certainly for Twitter, let's just say. I didn't even realize Adam was all that active on Twitter or up until all this went down. But still, it's oh wait, what's that? Why do cucks cuck? Okay, you want to talk about that? We'll get into that. Why do cucks cuck? Publicity stunt. Yes, absolutely is a publicity stunt. Okay, thank you, Sammy. I see Sammy's actually collecting stuff. I'm going to talk about the script here in just a minute, but so let's get into the cuckoldry side of things here. Why is that a niche porn? Okay. From an evolutionary perspective, it seems like it goes against everything in a guy's like fiber of his being. Okay, I understand that, but we have to sort of look at things from an animalistic perspective. Men and women have what I've described as a reproductive problem. They have to find some way to reproduce. And as I was saying before, and we've discussed on this show several times, many a time, is the 80-20 rule, right? And no, it's not the Pareto principle, although people want to say that. Oh, it's the Pareto principle. No, it's just the 80-20 rule. And it goes something like, I'll try to give you the abbreviated version of this for people who are playing the home game who have never been here before. 80-20, at least in manosphere red pill parlance, is that 80% of men are deemed unattractive by women. We see this in study after study. We've seen this as far back as like when OkCupid and Dataclysm, the book Dataclysm, came out, all the way up to now. All the way up, I should say, until Dr. David Buss had his book Men Behaving Badly. There's some updated stats in that. That was 2021. So just keep that in mind. So there's been several studies that's more or less confirm 80% of guys are deemed unattractive. And this, by the way, is where like Aaron Clary came up with the idea that women just basically aren't all that interested in most men. Average women are not interested in average men. And we're finally at a point in time where women don't have to, like, they're independent, right? They don't have to depend on men for their well-being as much as they used to anyways. They still do. They just don't recognize it, right? But the idea, the perception is that women can, either through the state or through men directly or indirectly, overtly or covertly, alpha fucks beta bucks. The beta buck side of that equation is more or less taken care of either by her going to school, by her student loans, right? By her having her own business, by her, like, in some cases, she might want to just go to a fertility clinic. She can electively become a single mother if she wants to. She literally don't need no man, and men have become, that's right, superfluous. And I mean, effectively superfluous. I'm not saying that they actually are, but that's the perception. And so if 80% of guys are unattractive, that leaves 20% of guys who are, maybe they'll do. Maybe they could do something. Maybe they could, up their game. They could brush their teeth more. They could put on deodorant, right? They could dress better. They can get in shape. They can go to the gym. There's something that they could do that could sort of lift them up in sort of like into the higher ranks. Let's just say they're not necessarily attractive, but they aren't unattractive, because you got to remember the definitions here that we're using: attractive, unattractive. And we're also, in this day and age, we're usually doing this via perception. Does the guy look like somebody I would want to get with? Is he attractive? Does he like, get your motor running? 80% of guys over the course of at least the last 10 years, if not 15 years, are deemed unattractive. That doesn't mean 20% are attractive. It just means they're not unattractive. Only 4.5% of that 20% are attractive enough to be someone that women would want to initiate something with, like slide into your DMs. The Justin Wallers of the world. I know I'm using him again as an example, but that's pretty easy. Okay. The guy who gets the unsolicited phone numbers at the restaurant, which is Justin Waller, just saying. So you've got the 4.5%ers, you've got the 20%ers, and you got the 80%ers. And the 80%ers are always trying to they're the average guys. And I'm not saying beta. I'm just saying they're average. You could have like the guys who are just unattractive. They don't look attractive. They still might have an alpha mindset. Like they could be blue pill alphas, right? Then you got the 20%ers as well. And each one of these guys, whether they're in the 80% or the 20% or even in the 4.5%, they all share something in common. Is they all share the same innate, sexual the mating preferences, or if you prefer, mating strategies, because they all want pretty much the same thing. They have to solve their reproductive problem. How do I have babies? So that's the ultimate goal. The proximate goal is how you go about it. I want to tap that ass. That girl's hot. I want to have sex with these girls. I want to do that. And that comes back to this principle right here. Okay. So from an evolutionary perspective, having children is the most important thing. Well, the drive to reproduce most certainly is. The drive to send your genes into the next generation definitely is. And we have built up memes and empires and religions and social structures and social conventions to facilitate that. One of those has been socially enforced monogamy for a very long time, right up until the sexual revolution. And hormonal birth control set all of that on its head. So keep that in mind as we go forward here. A Chad with 1,000 bodies never results into children, has the same genetic influence as a virgin. No, he doesn't. I'm going to explain something to you from a very old post by Royce, old school writer, blogger Royce, Roissy. You can go and pick up his old work at heartiste.org, because people go looking for this immediately after I say something. That's HEARTISTE.org. All of his old material is there if you ever want to go like through his backlog of material. But it boils down to this, is that it's not who is doing the reproducing, it's who's doing the fucking. Because the guy, like Chads are out fucking, or excuse me, yeah, Chads are out fucking the dads. They say, well, what do you mean by that? Well, the guy who is having the most sex is still being selected for in a proximate context, like proximate goals, ultimate goals. Women want to fuck him. He wants to fuck women. That is the proximate goal or the proximate cause between women having sex with that guy. That guy is still being selected by women, shared by women, rules being broken for by women, and he is doing the majority of the fucking. He's the guy in the ice cream store, Hafiz. I saw your latest video. That was fantastic. Thank you. Bravo. You can just say my name now that you've left all of this. But that's the guy he's out, like cads are out fucking dads and have been for a long time. And by the way, that's I drew that straight. Credit where it's due, cite my sources. That's straight out of Royce's blog from way back in 2009 or 2008, I think. Chads are out fucking dads. Now, are dads outbreeding chads? Well, that remains to be seen. Because when we've had, by the way, this whole debate, this whole argument of chads and dads and the reproductive sort of like imperative here, we've been talking about this like since the early days of the seduction communities. So don't think that this is some new thing. Oh, wow, we discovered something new. No, we've been talking about this for quite some time. And as I said, you'll find it on Royce's blog. But the idea is this: it's from an evolutionary perspective. The guys who get the most tail are usually pre-selected by women. Women would rather, I'm going to quote Pook now from So Suave, women would rather share a successful hot alpha than to be saddled with a faithful beta. In our ancestral, right up until 1965, in our ancestral past, women sort of had to find, sort of a compromise or a balance between those things, right? They certainly want a hot guy, but they also want a guy who's going to be a good father and going to be provide, and they're dependent on that guy for their long-term security. That's no longer the issue anymore, because now we have this magical new pill that prevents pregnancy. And look at what has happened since the sexual revolution, which was prompted by hormonal birth control. Look what happened. Divorce rates rise, usage of HBC, hormonal birth control, HBC rises. Look at all as I said before, between the years of 1965 and 1975, look at all the social paradigm shifts that have happened as a result of the sexual revolution, which is the result of hormonal birth control. Well, now all that stuff, all that selection, all of let's just say 100,000 years of human evolution, right up to 1965, women have been selected trying to make a compromise between alpha fucks and beta bucks. Or they're going to fuck the guy who's the hot guy in the foam cannon party, have his baby, and then, say, hey, look, I'm this poor destitute widow, or this, my children will be orphans, or let's write it into the Bible, take care of the poor widowed woman's kids, single motherhood, right? So functionally speaking, when women don't have to, at least perceptually, don't have to depend on men for their long-term security, how does that affect society? What does a society look like that is by women, for women? It looks exactly like what we have right now. And that's why we have something like Adam22 talking about how he's married, but he lets his wife get railed. Or, Destiny and his wife, open on her end, open on his end. We don't know what the hell to call it right now, because the dynamic that existed prior to 1965 is out the window. So when we talk about, now let's take that and put it into perspective with chads out fucking dads. Might not be outbreeding dads, but we still have to sort of settle, because it could be that the chads are actually outbreeding the dads. It's just that they're not sticking around. And that's the number one complaint you'll hear about, like deadbeat dads. He didn't want to have anything to do with me. He just wanted to fuck me, ejaculate and evacuate. But that's okay. I've got this great beta over here who's really good at provisioning, protection, and parental investment, and he's going to help me out because the Lord told him that it's the right thing to do. He's a noble guy. He's the dad who stepped up. That's a social convention meant to foster that. So we need a mythology to go around the pragmatism of facilitating women's sexual strategies and their mating strategies. And if you find a woman who has bred with a chad, then you got to find a beta who's willing to take care of that. And that is what outrages everyone who has a problem with Lena the Plug getting her guts dug out by Jason Love. because that dynamic's still in the back. You want to know why that's taboo? Because that on our root lizard brains, and I don't care what color you are, what race you are, where you were born, planet Earth, makes no difference. If you're a man and you're a woman, there is a root level operating system. It's your firmware, and it's taboo for a reason. There are certain things that we think of are like social conventions, but they have pragmatic beginnings. They have pragmatic uses. They're latent purposes to the belief or to the practice or the tradition or whatever else it is. There's actually some function to it that we needed tradition for, so people would act accordingly, or they wouldn't act accordingly, depending on what we're talking about. So when we are looking at what's going on, one of the reasons why the whole cuckoldry thing with Adam is so pervasive is because it requires men to get past that jealousy instinct, which is very pronounced in guys, because the men of our ancestral past who reproduced, who solved their reproductive problem, they were jealous. And because they were jealous, because they mate guarded, they were more successful in making sure that their babies were the ones that went off into the future, that went into perpetuity, right? So when you're looking at cuckold porn, and people ask me this all the time, why do guys get off on that? Why is this a fetish? Why do people, I can't believe, well, that feeling of like innate revulsion is part of your firmware. And that's what guys get off on. Now, I'm going to read I've done several essays on this, but as far back as, when was the year for this? I wrote an essay called Paternity, Promiscuity, and Poly. It was June 27th of 2019. And the reason why I wrote this is because back then I had gone through the ringer, because I called this out as far back as really 2015, saying that poly and polyamory and polyandry and polygyny, female-driven polygyny, was going to be what we're going to see more and more of in the future. And people called me crazy. They said, you're a reactionary. That'll never happen. It's so niche. Poly is not a thing. Thruples aren't a thing. Hell, I made a mistake with a thruple on Access Vegas just 2 weeks ago, right? So I used to get that all the time. And people from Jack Murphy, of all people, actually, oh, poly's not. It takes a very special person to actually make poly work. Like, really? Tell me about that. Well, one of Jack Murphy's really good friends, Dr. Jeffrey Miller, and his wife, Diana Fleischman, again, married, right? Have an open relationship. They're they're more modern than even Destiny is, right? And Dr. Jeffrey Miller is a preeminent and very bright mind, by the way. The only time the reason why he has me blocked on Twitter was because of this poly shit. He should know better. He knows what the male jealousy instinct is. They're like evangelists for saying, hey, we understand that human beings are innately promiscuous, and so we're trying to work this out and have our arrangement in our marriage, so I can fuck other people and she can fuck other people too. Is that marriage? Because that's what they call marriage, right? But the reason why I had a problem with Jeffrey Miller was exactly this stuff right here. I said this was coming as far back as I'll even show you. Where did it go? This was from, let's see. Share my screen. Which one was here we go. This is from the Rational Male, of all places. Look at that. My goodness. What a smart guy this guy must be. Do I have this? I do. Hold on. I'll blow that up for you, because I do have an overlay of this one, I think, as well. So that picture is actually what I wanted you guys to sort of have a look at. Oh, wait a minute here. This is I got a bigger shot for it. So that's that. Hold on. Let me, I'm going to share, stop the screen, and then hold on one second. This one is what I wanted to show you. When I wrote this, I put together, oh, there it is. As you know, I am known for my lead-in photos, and I'm known for my thumbnails, as you can see. But all of these right here were articles that I had collected to be sort of the lead-in image. As a collage, right? A montage, I guess, of all the things and all of these articles that were being written as far back as 2017 through 2019, because I kept getting this bullshit thrown at me like, oh, you know what, Rolo, you're a reactionary. Poly will never be mainstream. And if you look at some of my tweets from back then about this, that's exactly what I used to write, And then I'd find another article. So you got Cuckolding can be positive for some couples. Okay. Remember, this is like 2017. Daily Beast, cuckolding, the sex fetish for intellectuals. You have to be a very special elite person for these to be a cuckold. Why being called a cuckold is actually a compliment. GQ, Huffington Post. Here's why a husband gives his wife encouragement to be an adulteress. I could also point out that Jack Murphy's article in 2015 was him finding a surprising source of masculine security as a result of this. Let's see. Rebel Circus. There's one there. Cuckolding relationships have reached a record high. Remember, that was back in 2019. How I told my husband and boyfriend I'm dating another man. 8 reasons cheating isn't actually that bad. You should sleep with at least 25 guys before settling down, and I'll tell you exactly why. From 2007, is that when that was? I gotta see that one. What is that? It's 20. Hold on, I've got to pull this over here. I think that's 2017. Yeah, 2017. So that article, 2017. This is how. Like, remember, this is not something new. Like, go, what's all this cuckolding? How did this come? How did this become popular? Dude, it's been out forever. Okay, New Yorker, in defense of adulterers. Polyamorous woman says the key to successful marriage is having multiple partners. Again, this is none of these are older than 2019. Let's just say that. Okay, Cosmopolitan. Well, surprise there. Why cheating isn't actually that bad. The evolution of the American family, of course. This guy looks like Tom Holland in The Crowded Room. By the way, actually, it was a really good series up until that point. And then you've got like cuck tats. There you go. One black male, one white guy, and one white female in the middle. That's what that's meant to portray. And that's the iconography right there. Yes, being against cuckolding is low-key kind of racist. So now we're going to mix a race element into it. Because really, if you go and you look at like cuckold porn, it's usually like a white couple and a black dude, right? Inside the world of cuckolding, a cuckold explains it all for you. Cuckold tattoos are the latest trend for the modern man and the modern woman too. If you see that Queen of Spades, the Q with the inside the spade, you'll know what you're dealing with. That's the hot wife thing, by the way. Why and how I've cheated on every person I've ever dated. It's so good for you. Top gaining categories of Pornhub in 2017. And by the way, I covered these back in February for 2022. Cuckold porn. There you go. And that was in 2017. Everybody's shocked, I say. Why I can't stop cheating. And let's see, Netflix, the couple open relationship Netflix. Got it? There you go. Okay, I am done with that. You guys can digest that one. Now, all of those articles collected by me. You're welcome. Thanks. I did all this freaking work for you. I give and I give and I give. Yeah, there you go. There you go. This has been around forever. Why is it? But everybody is just absolutely like, my stars and garters, clutch my pearls. I can't believe this is actually going on. It's been going on forever. And I got called crazy for it back in like 2016, 2015, actually, as far back as 2015. I got blocked by Dr. Jeffrey Miller because of this. Now we're coming full circle. Thank you very much. You can hear, you know what? This is for me. You know what? Here, this is for me.
Say my name.
Goddamn right. You're goddamn right.
Goddamn right.
Called it. Hear me now, believe me later. Don't question me, young man. Don't mess with the bull. You'll get the horns. I don't mean that bull. Let's see. Here you go. I started spinning plates last year, but at 26 years old, how do I deal with the feeling of missing out for the last 5 years and not dating at all? Well, the best time to plant a tree, young man, was 30 years ago. The second best time is now. Thanks for all you're doing. Work for men and got out of depression. Good for you. Good for you. Well, hey, look, some guy who actually had a benefit from the red pill, Pearl, from the red pill, Lila, from the red pill, Destiny, whoever else. Look, here's a good testimonial. Thank you very much for that, Charlie. You know what? You get one of these. It's so weird how a lot of younger red pill guys dismiss Rolo's takes because he's older. That much fucking older, Jesus. Yet they admit they will become wiser with age and experience. Yeah, I by the way, I don't know if you guys saw the last Access Vegas. We had this guy on there. His name is Barry. I'm blocking out his last name. I want to say it's Nellis. Pretty sure it's something like that. Something close to that. Old guy, by my standards, old guy, older than Kiyosaki, by the way. I think he was this year or this month, he was going to be 79. And he is like one of the premier photographers for like FHM, Maxim, Playboy, Penthouse, that kind of stuff. And just got into doing that when he was 50. That was according to his story. And he had a lot of good stories. I could have sat there and listened to him talk because I like that kind of stuff. Especially a guy who's with it at like almost 80 years old. And he can tell you all these stories. And you know why he's still with it? Because he's surrounded by fucking hot chicks all the time. He's got money, up the yin yang, of course, too. That helps. Don't get me wrong. Dates women between 35 and 45 years old and married twice, has kids. So there's your man points. He's reproduced, solved his reproductive problem. Had some really, really great stories. And he was like, there's a few people that I look to as sort of like, say role models, but I look to as sort of like models for like how to sort of grow older. Cause I'm 55 right now. Now remember, Barry was like, 79 or soon to be 79. And I brought this up too. Cause I brought up on this show as well as like, whenever I see like Jordan Peterson, like he's just outraged. He's like agitated about that being the old guy in the club. If you're 40 and you're not acting your age, then there's something wrong with you. You're just an adolescent. You're a man child. You need to grow up, mister. Make your bed. Stand up straight. Chest out. You're 40. Come on, act like it. Dude, that shit is 20th century. There's so many guys. You know who's 45? Mike. You know who, let's see, how old is Bradley? I think he's in his 40s. I think he's like 45 or 47. He's pretty close to Mike's age. I'm 55. Thor, Red Pill Thor, who, by the way, has a fantastic new book out. Please go check it out. Red Pill Thor. I think he's 60. Robert Kiyosaki, 76. Barry, 79. I'm not saying you're going to like their success is evidence or guarantee of your future success, but I am saying is that paradigm that everybody wants to say, at your age, young man, Rollo thinks he's 14. I said, what was it? The Generation Z or Gen X is the only generation who acted as if they're 30 when they were 10 and still act as if they're 30 when they're 50. You're right. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Yes, and will do so for quite some time. Thank you very much. I will continue to enjoy my life and do the things I enjoy, the things that I like to do. If you want to call that juvenile, please, and go live a better life. Vaya con Dios, man. I love that stuff. Let's see. Where's my comments? There we are. Don't worry. I will open. What time is it? We're almost to 2 hours. I will open up. The AMA here in a little while, just so you guys can get your questions in here. Cause people were asking me, they say, Rollo, how come you don't do more AMAs or like, Q&A kind of thing? Cause they really like the Q&A that I did recently. And, the reason I did that is because I only had 2 hours. So I'm like, okay, I'll just do a Q&A. I haven't done a Q&A in a long time. The problem with doing Q&As is that if I bill it as a Q&A, I'll make a good chunk of change off of super chats because people always want to get their questions on there. But like the viewership is not as good. Like people like, I'm glad you guys are diehards and you love me and all that stuff. But like, I will do this show or I'll talk shit about like Will Smith or Adam22 or whatever. And they'll be in, what do we get to 1,600 just a little while ago? Mike, got Will Smith. I got to like 3,000, 3,600. That was great. You guys want to see me talk shit about a celebrity. Oh, Tommy Lahren. You want to see me talk shit about Tommy Lahren, but like the Q&A, it's very specific. If you have questions, if you need counseling, I still do one-on-one stuff. You just email me. You can get all my contact information down there. If you want hands-on kind of stuff, join MOA and use that link. Don't use anybody else's. It's mine. I'm a part of MOA. I occasionally go on with Mike and I occasionally like sort of become an instructor, sort of impromptu instructor now and then. So I actually participate in MOA too. So that's how you can access me. And then the best way is to join my Patreon, and you can join the Patreon group that I have. I do it for 2 hours every month. Once a month, we do a Zoom call for 2 hours. And if a one-on-one for you is like too expensive, and I'll give you rates when I see you, but or if you're okay in a group setting, then that's probably for you because it's like $200 a month for 2 hours. So it's $100 an hour basically, and everybody shares the cost. So much better, much more economic. I did that so like people who didn't want to go all in, what would have something. So be sure you check that out. The Patreon group is linked. All you got to go down below the fold. You got to click more. See that little thing that says more right there? Click on that and you'll get the link for Patreon. So lizard people eating bugs. What the fuck are you guys talking about? I leave you guys alone for half a second and I come back and you're talking about lizard people eating bugs. All right. So getting back to the point here, as far as the cuckoldry thing is, you got to remember that the jealousy instinct in men is very, very pronounced, or can be. It can drive men to like actually kill another guy, or to kill a woman, or to like you talk about these guys who go through these divorces and they've invested themselves in their marriages and their kids. They come to find that their wife don't want to have anything to do with them anymore, or she's cheating on him. And you hear these stories about the guy who like offs himself, offs his kids, and offs his wife, and maybe even the lover or whatever. Just like, okay, screw it, everybody gets a bullet, right? That's a behavioral manifestation of the jealousy instinct in that situation. And are you thinking straight? Probably not. But what is prompting you to that is the innate drive for mate guarding in human males. And the reason why that is a feature and not a bug is because everyone that came before you, every human male that came before you, had at least a propensity or some natural proclivity to mate guard, to be jealous, to be suspicious, to watch out and make sure some interloper isn't like planting his seed in your wife's garden, and then she says it's your baby. it's not, what is it? It's like hey, Brittany Renner. It's stepdaddy season, right? Yeah. Guys want to defend against that. We have contingencies for that. We have psychological contingencies for that. That is part of our sort of internal evolved firmware, and it's a feature, not a bug. That jealousy instinct is a feature, but one of the reasons why I got blocked by Dr. Jeffrey Miller to continue this story is because one of the things he said as part of his sort of evangelism for like why they're intellectually superior, because they are promiscuous and they've incorporated that into their marriage, is because it requires men to sort of sublimate that jealousy instinct, and not just that, but to eroticize it. So why do guys get off on cuck porn? Why, especially like people say, oh, you're a beta male. Yeah, primarily beta men get off on cuck porn. And remember, there's more of them than there are of guys who are in the 20% range, or the guys who are in the 4.5% range. People are going, this is horrible. I would never be involved in this. That's your innate sexual revulsion that is attached to that mate guarding firmware that's in your brain. Well, if you can eroticize that, and it's never been easier to do that in this day and age, thanks to the internet and social media and everything else, if you can make your jealousy a source of sexual arousal, if you can condition yourself for that, to get off on seeing your wife get dicked down by Jason Love, if you can sublimate that and turn that into you take that jealousy instinct and sexualize it, make it a source of arousal, then yeah, that's how guys get off on cuckold porn. I do not share that. I've been happily married for some time, and it's like it's counterintuitive to everything in every fiber of my being, right? But I can also understand it from the perspective of, like, say, Jeffrey Miller, who's saying it requires you to eroticize, condition yourself to eroticize that jealousy instinct. And only apparently super intellectual people are able to do that, like Jeffrey and Dr. Diana Fleischman, and apparently Adam22, and apparently Destiny. Of course, you can eroticize anything, right? But that's really what it comes down to, that mate guarding instinct that's been a part of human evolution since we were living in hunter-gatherer tribes in the sub-Saharan African savannas. We could, now that we've got the sexual revolution and we've got the internet, you can get off on cuckold porn. Now, why would that even be a thing? Why would you want to do that? Well, it's primarily because that's a form of trying to solve your reproductive problem. Like, well, I have to let her go fuck other guys, to fuck alpha males, because if I do that, then it means that I get to reclaim her later, or I get to have sex with her later. Or it's very similar, by the way, to what I've said in the past about guys who get involved with single mothers. That is a form, that's a beta male form of solving their reproductive problem. It's an adaptive mating strategy for beta males. I can't get with a woman who has no children, who is, good looking, would be fun in bed, who would be a good prospect for reproduction. But there's this thing called single mommies. And if I become a noble guy and I take care of her and I pay her bills and I take care of another man's child, which goes against every sort of, fiber of my being because I evolved not to do that. If I can be conditioned to think that that's a noble act, then possibly I might be able to solve my reproductive problems with a single mommy, because if I do so, she will reciprocate by fucking me and then reproducing with me. That's essentially what it boils down to. Essentially, it's like, well, she's got another kid, but if I fall in love with this kid and I adopt this kid and I raise this kid as my own, she'll appreciate it so much that she'll want to have a kid with me. Not like the guy who walked away, not the guy who didn't want to have any, it's the guy that she couldn't lock down. But she'll be into me. That's why we say he's the dad who stepped up and not the dad, like stepdad, right? That's why we ennoble to make noble. We make that guy a superhero. We make him a good guy because he helped a woman in need, right? You help the it's almost like helping the widow. She's not a widow. She's a single mother. And we presume that the guy was a dickhead and an asshole, and maybe he is actually paying child support or he's not. It's kind of immaterial. But the social convention is that if a guy helps out a single mommy, it means that God loves him that much more, or that he will be. It's Captain Save-A-Ho, right? It's the savior schema. If I help her, then she'll want to fuck me. If I go and I give her what she wants, what is it here? Chris Rock said it best.
Every time a man's being nice to you, all he's doing is offering dick.
Same thing. That's a joke about the savior schema, right? Or schemas. Schema is plural. It's the savior scheme, right? It's the idea that if I do things, if St. George slays the dragon, then the princess will reciprocate by loving him for falling in love with, madly in love with him, and they live happily ever after. She fucks him and they have babies. I saved your life, figuratively or literally, right? And you're gonna I think it's funny is like that's also part of the male protector dynamic. You see these videos of these guys who step in between sort of domestic dispute, or you see the guy at the club like on closed circuit TV and he's fighting with his girl. And the boyfriend's lit, and he steps, the white knight steps in between the two of them, and the guy guns him down right then and there. And the girlfriend and the guy just like look at each other and they leave together. They don't like split up. They don't go their separate ways. They leave together. You see this all the time, like especially like black pill doomers love those. It's almost like black pill porn. They love to show you, well, see, this is what happens if you become a white knight. You could get yourself killed. And in some cases, they're not wrong. But why would that guy feel the impulse to do that? Well, because men have that innate protector dynamic, and women know that, and they leverage it. Thus, you get cuckoldry. Thus, you get marry the single mother and save her, and you'll do well. Take care of another man's offspring. Now, you can make cases about, we've already had the discussions about like adoption and stuff like that. I understand. But the underlying principle in all that is an absolution for women's bad reproductive choices. It's very much like abortion, right? That's what abortion is. It's just a fail-safe for women's bad reproductive choices. Well, failing that, like we're going to have the kid, then the idea that beta male men should step up to the plate and take over the parental investment responsibilities of another man's child, that's the next step down from abortion. Abortion's like the nuclear option, right? Whereas if we can convince enough guys in that 80% who really want to get out of the 80%, if we can convince those guys that if they step up to the plate, they do well, they could possibly solve the reproductive problem with a single mother, because milady will, she's your bride, right? You respect a woman, respect a mother. And that's another maternal respect, right? If we do that, then possibly she might want to breed with us, and we'll actually, mission accomplished. Proximate goal, marry a single mother. Ultimate goal, she'll reciprocate in kind by allowing you sexual access, and you can then reproduce with her. Okay, how does that work with cuckoldry of what like Adam22 is throwing out here? Well, the idea is that you sublimate that jealousy instinct and you eroticize it, And now you're looking at the superior male who is impregnating your wife, and you're going to still like, you think you're like most beta males when they're in this situation, they get off on it because they've conditioned themselves. But that's the proximate goal. The ultimate goal is she's going to fulfill her hypergamy, alpha fucks and beta bucks. She's getting the superior seed from the alpha male. She's getting the guy who is has better genetic characteristics than he does, and she really needs that, and she's promiscuous, and she really needs to get her guts rearranged by this guy. And now if he does that, then he is now secure in his masculinity because, hey, look, I allowed some other guy to bang you, so I don't care. I'm so secure in my masculinity that's fine by me. No, that's you being conditioned. That's you being gaslit into thinking that if you do that, then you got, well, first of all, that you owe it to her. And then second of all, it's like he's already reproduced, like Adam anyways, has already reproduced with her. What's he got to lose? He's already got what he wants. Really, this is a shtick. I'm wondering, and Mike Domo and I were talking about this. We were wondering if there's not something going on in the marriage already, or if the marriage was just sort of to build up the narrative for what they're doing now. They've been together for 7 years as, once it's baby mama, but like they've been together 7 years. They fuck other girls on camera on a Plug Talk. And now they just decide to get married. And then now what, 6 months later, they're doing this. Sounds kind of sus, but who knows? They might be playing a long game. They might not. Who knows? Anyways, did I get another one in here? Okay, no, I didn't. Okay, that's good. Who the hell is, what do you want? I need to, hold on one second. I forgot to put this on note. I don't know who is like disturbing me, but it's actually Sam Bada who's disturbing me. That's okay. You're not disturbing me. After how many generations of this conditioning do we completely run out of alphas? Maybe we end up with chads that still think like betas. Well, here's the other part of that is you don't change the machine, Rick. Like when we have the conversation about like, was it the dad bod versus the chad bod? I always put it in these terms. It's like, which calendar sells more? The Chippendales calendar or the hot fireman calendar with the, chests bared and it's the male stripper calendar, or the dad bod calendar? Which one sells the most copies? Which one do women want to put up on the office wall in their cubicles? I would argue it's probably the Chad bod calendar. When we're just looking at like physicality, that's we're looking at arousal states. Women, oh man, they get beside themselves when I say this, which is like there's a difference between arousal and attraction. Arousal is the alpha fuck side. Okay, is he hot? Is he 6 foot tall? Does he have a 6-pack ab? Does he have a V taper? Does he have a chiseled jawline? Does he have a 10-inch dick? Does he look like, basically, does he look like Jason Love? Does he look like that? Because that's kind of like where she wants to be, right? That's the kind of guy she wants, like, she's backing it up for. And then there's the guy who is he sweet? Is he funny? Does he love his mom? Does he like puppy dogs? Does he want kids in the future? Does he have a good job? Does he come from a good family? Did he go to school? Is he intellectual? Is he creative? Is he That's what women are attracted to. Is he funny? Does he have a good smile? Blah, 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 blah. Those two guys would be great if you could put Jason Love and take all those great qualities and put them together with and the body of Jason Love. For Lena anyways, I'm not saying it's your ideal, but if that guy could be found, that's Mr. Right. That's Mr. Perfect. That's the guy that women are willing to share and do so quite often, even though they say they don't. I would never share them. I would never do that. I have more respect for myself than that. I'm like, well, it's probably because those guys are not interested in fucking you. But for women who are like on that level or on that standard, those guys don't have any problem. And by the way, it is women who are initiating this. It's not men. And I got that question on Access Vegas last Thursday, which is, if men would just behave themselves, if they would just cancel their many subscriptions to OnlyFans, or they would stop stroking off to pornography on Pornhub, if they would just be better men, then women would be inspired to be better women. No, they wouldn't. That's not how the machine is built, first of all. So like just to throw away any idea of that. But what's funny is there's always an onus of responsibility on the guy. Well, you're the reason why we're like this. No, you're the reason why you're like that. You're just responding to market demands. And you're also responding to competition anxiety from women who are willing to do that. And by the way, the guy who goes and says, you know what, I'm not going to touch my pecker until I find the right woman to marry. I'm Tim Tebow. That guy puts himself at a severe disadvantage in the sexual marketplace. And maybe he does so through convictions. But most guys are put into that position because they don't have any options. So they just say, well, it doesn't matter. I'm celibate because I want to be. Because the Lord said I should be. Well, you know, it's what's called making your necessity a virtue. Most men will do that. Women, on the other hand, because they have sexual access, because it's easier for women to sort of fulfill their reproductive, easier to fulfill their or to solve their reproductive problem. They need to find, again, another fail-safe for bad reproductive choices. And sometimes that bad reproductive choice can consist of having a very long-term OnlyFans that you regret later on. That regret is a bad reproductive decision because now, as what's her name? The Mia Khalifa girl, Farrah, found out just recently. Like talking to Destiny about this, I got with a guy who had a problem with OnlyFans girls, and he was said like the story. I'll just give you the abbreviated paraphrase version of this. Is like she found some guy that she went on some 5-hour date to the beach and everything, and they're really vibing and really clicking. And she was like, "Man, this guy might be a guy that I actually want to spread my legs for," because allegedly she's a virgin. That guy had a problem with pornography and OnlyFans, and that's how she makes her money is on OnlyFans. And she was like really hesitant to tell the guy that she had an OnlyFans. And then she said, you know what? I got to lay it all on the line because if it's going to work, I got to at least tell him. She tells him. And then lo and behold, he's okay with it. And all problem is, all resolved. But she was telling Destiny this because she was like, I keep hearing she said that I keep hearing Roll Tomasi's voice in my head that this might be something, your OnlyFans might be something that hinders you from finding the guy that you would actually want to lose your virginity to, assuming you actually are a virgin. And here it was, not even a month later, 2 months later, right? But the point of that is that the regret of that was offset by the guy just being cool with it. So according to the women who tell me, well, if men would just be better men and they would just stick to their guns and be like celibate or be, like not jerk off and not, subscribe to OnlyFans and have a problem with pornography, then women will be better until they're not, as Farrah finds out. So once she's like hesitant and doesn't want to tell this guy about her OnlyFans, if that guy had stuck to his guns, nothing happens. No babies are produced. No sex happens. No, nothing happens. He's just like, you know what? I have a problem with that. Fuck you, you woman of iniquity. I'm out of the door. Goodbye. No, you know what he said? It's all right. It's kind of hot. I kind of like it. I don't care if you're in OnlyFans. I don't care if you actually work in pornography. So if he'd have been better, then you wouldn't have heard the story. Then it would have been over, been done. But you know what? There'd been another guy that would have come along and said, man, if you're not going to tap that, I will. That's just how it works. So to say that it is men's responsibility to be better men so that women will be better women, that, by the way, is the Tradcon grift, du jour. They love to go and throw that out there because male's responsibility is like the panacea to everything. It's a cure-all to every social disease that there is. And what that does is whenever I get that, and I forgot to do this, but whenever that's thrown out, like, men need to be better men, and then women will shape up. It's bullshit, but also it removes moral agency from that woman. Oh, so you're saying that so in that case, it's men's fault that women are as bad as they are. Okay, well then fine. How about you go and you submit to me and you give up your OnlyFans, and I'll tell you what, I will do the right right now. Let's have a compromise. Let's sit at the negotiation table. I will do the right thing, and I will stop jerking off, and I will stop my OnlyFans thing. But here's the thing: you have to meet me halfway, and you have to delete your Instagram, and you've got to delete your OnlyFans. Do we have a deal? Fuck no, we don't have a deal. That's never going to happen. We do that experiment on damn near every show. You can see it on Myron and Fresh. You can see it on whatever. You can see it on Access Vegas. Same thing. I would never give up. He's not the right guy if he's asking me to give up my Instagram. You just said if men were acting right, then women would act right too. Here we are. Here's your chance to act right. I'm going to act right. You're going to act right. Never happened. Well, I need reassurances. Of what? Don't you trust in God? Don't you trust in your convictions? You said if I act right, you're going to act right. Nope. But what that says is, and ladies, if you're ever using this again, if you ever throw this at me or anyone else for that matter, remember that by doing that, by assuming that men bear the responsibility for your agency, that's a moral paradox is what that is. You're just basically saying you have no moral agency. Men hold your moral agency. Because men acted better, you would act better. Right? Well, I'm just a puppet on a string, men's string. Gotcha, bitch. I don't have that loaded up. So, who's mouthing off again? Let's see. Yeah. I grew up in the 70s and 80s too. I'm glad I'm an 80s kid. By the way, I saw something pass me by here. Hang on one second. Somebody was talking shit about bonobos. Let's see if I can go back. I think it's this bitch right here. Is this you? Oh, this dude. Check. I don't know what you are. Yeah, they will. Here's the thing. Do they all regret selling themselves? I think we want to believe that they should feel bad. Like women should feel bad about this. But women don't think that. They think men should feel bad about women feeling bad. Devil Mountain Coffee. Go get it now. No, the other part of this is the final little piece of this puzzle is the moral dilemma for female agency is like the Tradcon side of the fence seems to think that, responsibility without authority is still men's responsibility. But if women say that it's men's responsibility to be better so that women will be better, what you're doing is you're saying that you can have authority only over yourself so that you can be better for me. And that's exactly what Tradcons do right now is they don't care about men becoming better for being just on their own because they want to be a better man. You want to be a better man, go get a better job, get your ass in the gym, blah, 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 do all this male self-improvement. They love that part. But they love it because it benefits women. Ultimately, the proximate goal is men's self-improvement. The ultimate goal is you're doing that so women have more men to marry and they'll be better women. They don't care about you. Tradcon, know this now, red pill man. Tradcons do not care about men. They do not care about you. They care about women, solving women's problems. They are every bit as feminist as any liberal progressive leftist that you know. Except they're more deceptive about it. Yeah, men, you need to stand up and be a moral man of the world, right? What's the new movie out? Sound of Freedom. Be more like these guys, right? Because women need men like these guys. That's your incentive. The Tradcon woman who's trying to get right with God after turning 29. Get right with them. Do the right thing, mister. Shape up. Make your bed. Eyes front. Stick your chest out. You be a white knight. Yes, you're right. Be a white knight. Be a white knight for Jesus and be a white knight for the potential women who need to feel better about themselves because they'll be better if you're better. Well, what's my incentive? Better women? Probably not. All right. What's this? Hold on. But yeah, the washed up 304s get on podcasts and cry about regretting it like they didn't have people telling them they'd regret it and warning about it for the entire. Yeah, well, here's the other part of that whole thing. Is that what it is? Sound of Freedom? Child trafficking. Yeah, but everybody's loving that movie, though. But also, oh, man, hold on, full stop. The Sound of Freedom thing, this is exactly the same thing that happens every election cycle. There is some feel-good, Tradcon-y, conservative-y movie. It's usually like Dinesh D'Souza's thing, or it's like there's always some movie that's comes out just about this time, about 18 months before the election cycle, or maybe it's in the election cycle. There might be another one sooner or later. but it's like those are timed to be released because it's meant to pander to a particular demographic during the election cycle. There are many other examples of this. I wish I had off the top of my. I know Dinesh D'Souza did something like that, but maybe it's like Left Behind. This is what's going to happen, or The Sound of Freedom. It's always something patriotic too, by the way. Transactional sex versus validational sex. Which one produces more babies? It doesn't matter. Actually, I would say this. Probably validational sex. Because validational sex is like the sex that women want to have. It's arousal based. It's carnal. It's lustful. It's like he was hot. I was drunk. He was hot, and one thing led to another. Hot guy in the foam cannon party. Most likely. Now I know where you're going with this because I too watch Fresh and Fit now and then. Now there was a point on. You know what? I have to give credit where it's due, even when I don't necessarily like the guy all that much. But like Destiny had a point on the last Fresh and Fit. I will give you one, my friend, when he was talking about how poor people have more children than rich people do. He is 100% right about that. I've got I've used those stats right on this show before. He is correct. Poor people have more children than rich people. But then they want to say, well, okay, it's contextual. It's by it's by demographic. It's like, well, yeah, poor people and rich people. Did you not see the movie Idiocracy? That's pretty much a funny infotainment, docutainment, comedy-tainment. If you haven't seen Idiocracy, it's the same thing. It's like, rich white people, mostly white people. I shouldn't say that because they use white people as the poor folk in the movie as well. But it's like the idiots reproduce more than the smart people do, because the smart people second guess themselves and they're always trying to figure things out and have this ideal, perfect little situation. Whereas like poor people are like, well, looks like she's pregnant. I knocked her up by accident. There's no accidental pregnancies, but he's right. Poor people actually out reproduce rich people. And then it also goes back to, is it chads that are out reproducing dads? And once again, he would be right about this. Dads actually, like the dad guy is usually the one who is out reproducing the chad. But the chad, genetically, if you took away the modern invention of hormonal birth control and you took away the social paradigm of the sexual revolution, if you took that away, then they might have a point. But that's not the point. The point is this, is that because there's the option on the table of not having the kids, chads will always outfuck the dads. So from an evolutionary perspective, chads are being selected more than dads, even though the dads might be out reproducing the cads. But that doesn't matter because, again, you were asking here just a minute ago, which one reproduces more? The baby, let me go back to that. Where was that? That was good. I like this one. So this comes back to transactional and validational. Who produces more babies? Okay, transactional would be the dad. That will be the beta. What can you give me? Women marry a lifestyle. They don't marry the guy. But they sure shit fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party before they have to make that decision. So when a woman is in her sexual prime, she's in her hoe phase, more than likely, she's probably, at least for a certain phase of her life, is probably engaging in a lot of validational sex. I was at the club and I found a hot guy and it was good and it was fun. Maybe something comes of it. Maybe it doesn't. But the option is still there for attractive women anyways. The validational sex side of things might end up in more babies being produced. But if you took away the convenience, the modern convenience of hormonal birth control, then it's going to be the guy who she has validational sex with who's going to out reproduce the dads. It's like the alpha male in the troop of primates, whether it's choose your primate, chimps, bonobos, silverback gorillas, macaque monkeys. I love macaque monkeys. I want one. I want a pet macaque. Macaque. How do you pronounce macaque? You take your pick of the primate, right? There's a primary alpha who is breeding, knocking it out with his harem of females. And that's not to say that there aren't beta males. There are other males in the troop. But if you guys want to challenge me on this, before you do, read Alpha God by Dr. Hector Garcia, because he goes into great detail about the actual facts about like bonobos and chimps and silverback gorillas and macaques as well. The idea is this: there's a primary alpha that fucks the females when they're in estrus, right? When they're in their proliferative phase of their estrus cycle. But that doesn't mean that the beta males in the bonobo troop, the silverback gorilla troop, doesn't mean that they don't get some pussy now and then. They just have to do it transactionally. They have to bring a banana or pick nits off of the female. They have to bring value added. It's much like guys, right? If a guy's a 6 and a woman's a 6, that guy better have something else of value added. In the primate world, I'm going to pick these. I'm going to give you, actually, beta males will watch the children or the offspring of the alpha male while the female goes off to gather food or to fuck the alpha again, whatever it is. They will provide goods and services to the female for sexual access in the hopes that perhaps maybe she won't be too finicky or picky about it during whatever time. Maybe he might be able to reproduce with her. That also goes back to the cuckold dynamic, by the way. It's the alpha male is fucking your wife. And on some level of consciousness, you accept in your hindbrain that you're actually a beta male compared to Jason Love, apparently, and you can't dig your wife out as well as he does. But maybe your wife will give you sexual access if you make a lot of money. You bring her roses on your anniversary. It's goods and services. You pick nits off of her and you bring bananas to your wife. Meanwhile, she wants to go fuck Jason Momoa or Jason Love or, Justin Wall. They call it J's. Got to have a J to be a Chad, man. Why do we call it Chad? We should just call it like Justin or Jason or Josh or some shit like that. That's what it should have been. Chad. Tyrone. Right? She, on some level of consciousness, when you're in that 80%, when you like realize, like I think on the deep root, like existential evolutionary level, that you're not an alpha guy, maybe it's easier to eroticize that jealousy instinct. I don't know. I wouldn't know because I don't feel like that. I have very much a sexual revulsion to that. But if your only option, your only sexual strategy that will solve your reproductive problem happens to be let your wife get rooted out so that you can have sexual access later, you're just joining the primate, hierarchy, animalia. You're the beta male who gets sexual access when she's in her luteal phase, when she's in her down cycle. And then only if you can give her the right amount of bananas or a stick filled with ants or, or pick the nits or watch his kids, right? That's the whole thing. And by the way, that's cuckold porn in a nutshell. That's why and by the way, I'm not to get too graphic here. I'll just see if I can put this in YouTube terms. How am I going to say this? When Jason Love finished, got off, he did so inside of Lena. That's breeding. Like that's a breeding fetish right there. And that I think bugged more people than anybody else. And that's also a strong fetish for that kind of niche porn. The guys get off on, breed my wife. Well, how do you explain it? Rollo, explain this to me. I'm trying to. Well, at least there's my spitball Rollo Tomasi version of this, is that in a primate sense, the beta males are so used to transactional sex, are so used to like limited sexual access that is a turn on for them. Because now it's not just about mate guarding, it's about failing that mate guarding because he finished inside of her. So it goes from just a guy banging your wife to a guy possibly impregnating your wife. That's part of that sort of escalation. They say if you watch too much porn, you'll escalate your tastes up on until you become gay, according to Roosh. But maybe that's part of it, that escalation aspect of it. So, and by the way, Adam22 knows all of this. Sorry, I got to clear my throat there. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's what it boils down to. You want to know what cuckoldry is? It's transactional sex versus validational sex. Your wife doesn't want to fuck you. She wants to go on a girls' night out down to her weekend out in Vegas with her girlfriends. Is that okay with you, honey? Well, no, because that's my boundary. What's my psychological boundary? Hey, let's turn into freaking, what's in it, Jonah Hill. That's my boundary. No, it's your hindbrain saying, why do you want to go do that and put yourself into a sexual zone, which is a club? Go to Zook. Put yourself in that sexual zone where the possibility of you meeting a guy that looks like Jason Love is higher than staying at home with me. Why does that sound like a good idea to you? Well, probably because she wants to go fuck the alpha male and put herself, or at least put herself out there enough to know that she could possibly get that alpha male if shit went sideways with this fat guy sitting on the recliner drinking a beer. Maybe she still wants to feel attractive. That's what is it? Aisha Curry was saying on Red Table Talk when Jada Pinkett Smith, of all people, was asking her about this. And she's like, I want to be on Instagram. I want an OnlyFans or whatever it is. You're married to Steph Curry. Probably will be, if not already, a Hall of Fame basketball player. But that's not enough. I still want to feel pretty to random dudes. Well, why? Because I want to look good for the alpha male, even if you already got one. So it's not about the attraction side. It's about the arousal side of that equation. Oh, people are going to love me for this one. Gen X Rolo, ever the voice of male logic. The voice of reason. And rationality. Boomers, glass half full positivity. You think? I don't know. Maybe. Millennials, half empty negativity. Gen X, what does that make Gen Z? I want the Gen Z. Like, give me another super chat and tell me what the hell Gen Z ought to be. Gen X Rolo, man, this is piss. This is piss reality. Thank you, Rolo. It doesn't have to be. I know that sounds very overly optimistic. Follow-up question. What's more aborted, babies from transactional sex or validational sex? Again, depends on the dude. The guy that she has sex with in the foam cannon party, and he's a hot guy. Maybe she, religiously, she doesn't want to have the baby aborted. But what you want me to say is this: is that women will tend to abort the beta male baby more than they would the alpha male baby. They'll keep the alpha male baby because it's in their better interests to have the child of an alpha male, and then find someone else to help support it. That's like what I call, anyways, retroactive cuckoldry. It's like you're marrying a single mother. And by the way, the other thing that sort of dovetails into the primate thing is that primates, when an alpha male deposes an existing alpha male, his first order of business is to kill off the offspring of the previous alpha, his rival, his previous alpha male. Same thing with lions. A lot of higher order mammals do this with it. When the leader of the pack, when the alpha male comes in and he deposes, he either exiles the existing one or just kills him outright. The first thing that alpha male animal will do is kill the offspring of the previous one, because that's the whole goal, is to end that genetic line and replace it with your own. I know that's ugly. I know that's Trials of Life video. That's like, National Geographic Animal Kingdom stuff, but that's how it works. And you can see a parallel of that in humanity and humans as well. As Rob Henderson will tell you, that's I forget what the propensity is, but I want to say it's like close to like 100% higher, or like maybe it's 8 times higher. But when a woman exiles or pushes out the biological father out of the house, or he's no longer a factor, and she brings a new boyfriend into the house, the incidence of child abuse, or even the child mortality skyrockets as a result of that. I don't want to quote numbers because I know it's very, very high. I want to say it's like 8 times higher, maybe it's 10 times higher, maybe 100 times higher. Also in Dr. David Buss's book, Men Behaving Badly. Of course, that would be bad, right? I mean, hurting the kid or finding some way to sort of abuse the kid or to ride that kid. That's not your own. And sometimes like men will do that without even realize they're doing it, because they have an evolved mental firmware that tells them kill off the offspring of your rival. Now humans can't do that, obviously. It's murder. Got it. But so how do we express that? How does that manifest? Maybe theoretically, hypothetically, it manifests in the higher rate of child abuse of non-biological children when mommy brings the new boyfriend into the house. So, and those are statistics. That is actual statistical data, research data. It's not qualitative, I feel like. No, it's actually quantitative. This is what happens. And so it's been hypothesized that that is a parallel to what happens in the animal kingdom. It's also postulated. There's another word for it. I'm using $10 words today. It's also postulated that the infanticide dynamic is something. Well, where's I going with this? The infanticide dynamic is something that is manifested in human males, but it's also, I know what it was. It's also why concealed estrus in some primates and concealed estrus in humans evolved so that the new alpha male won't know whether that kid is actually his or the previous males. And that's again, this is hypothetical evolutionary psychology, evo bio stuff. The idea is that the reason why women have concealed estrus is so that they can actually cuckold the guy that they're with if necessary. And that's how concealed estrus evolved in women. So I'm not, this is Roll Tomasi spitballing. I don't have the numbers right on hand right now, but this is what I've read from like Hazelton and others. So let's keep going. But that's really what it boils down to when it comes to transactional sex and validational sex. Validational sex is the set. I'll give you the brief version of this. Validational sex is the hot guy in the foam cannon party. He's the guy that women go, fuck, man, I really want to fuck this guy, right? Because he's hot and the proximate goal is not reproduction. It's like, I want to have a good sexual experience with this guy. Dopamine, endorphins, a little bit of tequila, my clothes fall off, right? And then there's the ultimate goal, which is reproduction, which is if I do this and I have a great sexual experience with them, the possibility is higher, especially if I'm in my ovulatory phase, that I will actually have this kid, have the baby. Well, again, concealed estrus is meant to deceive the men. What else? What other purposes could it be, right? Why would concealed estrus be an adaptation for human females? If not for the fact that there is a propensity to, or at least to have the option. I'm not saying all women do this. I'm just saying they have the option to cuck if they have to, because they have concealed estrus. Where'd you go? This would this be as big a deal as it is if Jason Love was white? Not as big a deal. It would still be a big deal, but it wouldn't be. You wouldn't be able to add the race element, I think. It also lines up, by the way, with the hot wife thing, the hot wife niche of porn and that fetish, because usually the hot wife thing is one woman who makes a lot of money off of doing amateur porn with usually black guys. And the guy that's where the stereotypical cuck is sitting in the cuck chair. Thanks a lot, Sterling Cooper, for making me aware of that. And that's really where that comes from. You want to talk about cuck porn? It really if you want to industrialize it and license it, it's really, you'll find it all in the hot wife stuff. Hot wife Becky, hot wife Jenny, Kylie, whoever. Just look up hot wife. And God forbid, don't say I told you to do that, but you can go look it up it's all over Twitter. All right. Thank you, Domo, for making me aware of that too. Living comfortably in my shell from all of this crap. But that's really where it begins, and it's really where it's kind of commercialized and industrialized, right? They have the hot wife thing. Hell, they have like conventions for hot wives and shit like that. So another byproduct of the AVN awards I went to. But yeah, I mean, if you want to look for where the niche starts, it really starts in the dynamic between transactional versus validational sex. Hot wives can't get the kind of hot monkey sex, lustful, sweaty, down and dirty, let's exchange bodily fluid sex from their soft, pink, white, pasty, pudgy, good provider, good dad, probably have kids. Like they wouldn't be hot mom. It would be moms, right? They wouldn't be hot wives. Have their cesarean birth, scars, whatever. That wouldn't exist, right? They probably have reproduced already with that guy, but they can't have the really hot monkey sex that they really want to have unless they're going out and turning themselves into hot wives. So now for the first time in human history, you can make a shit ton of money by doing exactly that. Really, Adam22, he's just the cuck that allowed his wife to become a hot wife. Of course, she's already in porn. She turns into a hot wife. I'm sure he'll do it again. He's already said he would. And that, by the way, there's some more outrage bait for you. Adam22 has been saying like he's going to the next thing they're going to do is he's going to let these guys, I guess, run a train on her. And that'll be really great. Now we're going to escalate because it wasn't enough just to have Jason Love there. Now we got to escalate. What can we do next? Okay, well, how about a train? Okay, good. Are you down with it? Yeah. Okay, good. We're going to make a shit ton of money off of that. And maybe DJ Academics could do another play-by-play watch party for the train, including Adam. Like I think Adam said he wanted to be a part of it. So who he is also in the porn industry himself. I know he's done stuff. What's this? No stroke by stroke commentary from like DJ Hacksack. Yeah. No, you're not getting that from me. No, sir. I'm above that. This is a family show. I've been trying to put these terms into as YouTube friendly a proposition as I can. Would it be as big a deal as if he was white? No, obviously not. But that's the race element is actually a part of that fetish, especially if there's actually like he's impregnating her, that makes it even better. Like I said, they have to escalate. So now it won't be enough to have a train. They all got to like finish inside of Lena and with let's guess who the baby is, spin the wheel. Whose child is it? Jason Love. Yeah, let's not go there. Snowball 1138. I'm not going to ban you for that, but point taken. Thank you. Too funny. Oh, hey, I got Domo in my thing. Now you catch it. So I see Domo just texted me. Thank you very much for catching my show today. I'm glad you took the time to watch. Well, since I got you on here, I did a show with Domo on the Green Room. It was a pre-record and it was Wednesday of last week. I'll let you guys know when it comes live, but it was a lot of fun. We talked a little bit more about this, about Jason Love and Adam22 and Lena the Plug. And this was all just before the video released. And then, by the way, she's my spy, man. Because like when I was in the middle of Access Vegas, she starts texting me and she's like, "It's on. Let me tell you what happened." And she's like giving me this play-by-play, and I have to because I can't see it and I can't show it, obviously, because we're in the middle of a show. So I have to kind of read as tactically as I possibly can, as like what it was all about. But everybody knows now. I mean, if you saw this, where'd it go? Like this is part of the video. Okay, there you go. That's going to end up being like I said, that's going to be a meme for 2023. Congratulations, Lena. You'd be officially immortalized as a meme. Remember when Jack Murphy was like, hey, F you, heartfelt. That the cuck beard, that was the meme for that for 2021. Really, it still kind of is, I guess. How come nobody's put a cuck beard on? Well, maybe they have. I just haven't seen it. Man, I haven't seen a cuck beard yet on Adam22. They should actually put blue hair and a cuck beard. I think that would probably be. Then there's make no mistake, this guy's a cuck. Blue hair and a skunk beard. Then that's the international sign of cuckoldry. Not the Q with the little spade. It's actually blue hair and the beard. I want to read this to you guys. This is where I was actually going with all of this. I again predicted this. All the stuff that I've just been talking about. We talk about monkey sex, and we're talking about primates, and we're talking about cuckoldry, and we're talking about concealed estrus and all that good stuff. I wrote about this in 2015. I've been around for a long time. I've been here for 3,000 years, Gandalf. So this was from the Rational Male. This is, by the way, I want to say I think I might have put this in my second book, although it might be in I put this? I'm not sure I put this. Might not be in any book now that I think about it, but it's an essay that I wrote back in 2015. It's called Open Cuckoldry. And I'm going to read a little bit to you of this so you get an idea of what I was sort of contemplating as far back as 2015. I mean, we're looking almost 8 years ago. Let's see if I can show you. I'm going to share this screen. This was an essay I did entitled Open Cuckoldry. There we go. And as you can see here, this, by the way, the opening shot here, again, hear me being the photo editor, the brilliant photo editor that I am. This was a Forever Mark diamond ad that inspired this essay. She'll forget every fireman, sailor, rock star of her dreams because you're going to give her the diamond and put a ring on it. If there was ever a soliloquy, a metaphor, a insert prose, right? Hyperbole. If there was ever any kind of poetry that defines cuckoldry, modern cuckoldry, I think the Forever Mark ad, whoever did the copywriting for this, bravo, immortalized now. This is alpha fucks and beta bucks in one very succinct. It's almost like a haiku of cuckoldry. If I could just figure out what the syllables were in this, I think maybe we could probably figure it out. But this is it. She'll forget every fireman, alpha, sailor, alpha, rock star, alpha of her dreams. All you got to do is put a ring on it, meaning she's pining. She's an alpha. You basically can't help but marry an alpha widow. And probably she's banged one or two of these archetypes here at some point. Was my first, like, this was a part of, I did an essay called Open Hypergamy, which actually got really bastardized over the years. I'll show, actually, let's go look at that first. Let's look at Open Hypergamy, because you need Open Hypergamy as a primer for open cuckoldry, because you don't get open cuckoldry unless you have open hypergamy. Okay. So let's grab this and let me put this up for you, because there's a little teeny tiny quick hit video about this. And I hope I don't get like a strike for that. I don't think I will. This was a long time ago. Surely there will be no copyright on it. This is from my essay, Open Hypergamy. There we go. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm just going to describe it, because I think if I play this, then Red Robin will give me a copyright strike. But you can go and pick this up on my if you want to see this video, it's the Red Robin video. This is an infamous Red Robin video. Okay. This is the Open Hypergamy video. This is what sort of this was the thing that sort of woke me. This is my red pill about open hypergamy. And in this video, in the Red Robin commercial, it's the 2 dates commercial. One of the guys is kind of like sort of the alpha guy, like the guy she wants to have sex with. And you'll notice the guy that's like in the back here, this dude right back here, you presume he's the husband in all of this. God, I really want to show you this. It's funny as hell, but like he picks up the tab. She goes off with this hot guy and she leaves, and that's that. And we all get a good laugh out of it. And I saw this and I go, damn, man, that's pretty harsh. And then I realized that's an example of open hypergamy. Women are so comfortable in revealing their innate sexual strategy that whoever the agency, whatever that did the commercial for Red Robin, was comfortable in doing something like this. So women would get some yucks out of it. You don't really want to be with the guy who's paying for the tab. You want to be with the guy, the hot guy right here, who like sort of, creeps up on you. It takes your arm and you go walking off. And the dad, by the way, this is cads and dads. The guy she's got her arm around is the cad. Dad is sitting at the table and is going to pick up the check after she's eaten, I don't know, a double cheeseburger with onions at freaking Red Robin. Got what you wanted, resources provision. Or got the cheeseburger is the resources, and the paying for it is the resources. And she's going to go fuck the alpha guy in, what the hell? I'll probably get a strike for this. Give me some super chats, because I'm going to really get it for this one.
With Red Robin's free movie ticket offer, a burger and a movie is the perfect date. Or more accurately, it's the perfect 2 dates.
Red Robin.
Yum. There you go. I'm going to get busted for that. But it was worth it. Red Robin, cuckoldry. Boom. Okay, so that was open hypergamy. That's a really good example of open hypergamy. Now, I'm not going to read you this essay here because I think you probably get an idea what that. If you saw the video, I just took the chance, I'll probably get busted for it. But so please throw some super chats in while this gets demonetized. But the concept is this: is that women are so comfortable in revealing their innate sexual strategy that we're willing to make a funny, cutesy Red Robin commercial about it. And by the way, that's not the only one. There's been many, many more since then. This was just there's probably some before then that I just didn't take notice of until about that time. But I think there's a Michael B. Jordan, I think it was a Super Bowl commercial. It might have been around Christmas time or a Super Bowl. And it was this woman who was married, and all the actors are black, right? So it's a black woman, and then the black kind of like beta, kind of like, nice cat or nice dad husband, who Dr. Huxtable, right? Like she lives in a very nice, very upper middle class house, but she's pining for her fantasy of Michael B. Jordan. And it's like the same thing with like the end of Titanic. Like, remember when Rose drops the heart of the sea down to the bottom because she's had this wonderful life with a husband, we presume, who she entertains, she flies planes like Amelia Earhart, she rides English horses, she's got multiple grandchildren and probably children as well, and live this wonderful life thanks in great part to a guy who clearly has the money to facilitate all of this shit. But at the end of the movie, when Rose is 100 years old, who does she drop the heart of the sea down to? It's down to the guy who alpha fucks beta bucks, right? Alpha, was it 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta? That's not the guy that provided her with this wonderful life. It's Jack, who's down at the bottom of the ocean, icy grave, and they live happily ever. Like, that's the summation of the romantic thing, right? That's hypergamy. And by the way, in a nutshell, that's what you just saw on Red Robin. The hot guy that she wants to fuck and the guy who picks up the tab, who facilitates her life. Well, perhaps Adam22 is the guy sitting at the table, the guy facilitating that life, and is like, okay, go get dug out by Jason Love. Right? Because she's saying, he was a better lover. He's got a bigger dick, I guess. She was really into it. And what's funny? I'll tell you. Here's another thing, just more to this point. Some of the comments I saw when I was reading like the Twitter feed, like whenever he was like drip feeding these videos, some of the comments I would say is like, guys would like to say that they have some sort of intrinsic kind of instinctual knowledge about like, well, when a woman looks like this, when she looks like this, where is it? Like, she never looked like this. Where is like Lena never looks like this with Adam. Only Jason can bring this side of Lena out. This is the face of validational sex. The face of transactional sex is the guy that's sitting at the table in the Red Robin commercial. That's Adam is the one sitting at the table, apparently. Right. And maybe making a shit ton of money off of open hypergamy. But really what it comes down to is open cuckoldry, because now it's not enough for women to, proudly, triumphantly embrace hypergamy, because they can do so now without any fear of reprisal. Like, a woman can say, you know what? I want my cake and I want to eat it too. And I want to have chocolate sprinkles on it. And now we can take that a step further. So it's not enough for women to just be open about hypergamy and open about alpha fucks and beta bucks and say, you know what? You're damn right. I don't have to worry. I don't need a man. I want a man. I don't even, like, women will say this, I don't even need the guy at the table because I make my own damn money. I got my own business. I got my own education. I got this. I can't find the right guy anyway. So fuck it. I'm just going to provide for my own long-term security in the beta buck side of hypergamy. And I don't need a man for that, but I want a man. What is that man? What is the man the wanted man? What does he look like? He looks like Jason Love. He looks like the guy who just like swooped in and took his girl from the Red Robin table. That's like, this is what kills me. It's like when I have to explain this shit in just like layman's terms. I can go into the studies. I can talk about ovulatory shift. I can challenge stupid ass, mate shifting hypothesis. until you can talk about mate shifting hypothesis till you're blue in the fucking face. You can talk about mate shifting hypothesis until you see Lena the Plug look like this. And that ain't no fucking mate shifting at that point. That's dig me out, Jason. That's like rock my world, Jason. Ain't no mate shifting. Ain't no social stuff. And she's got tons of money. Why would she go and try to shift up? Why would this be in any way desirable to a woman, according to mate shifting hypothesis? David Buss, Destiny, Alex from Date Psych. This right here pretty much annihilates any argument you have. Any argument. That look. And you know what? Guys in the Twitter feeds will look at that and they go, man, when a woman looks like that, man, she's really, she's falling in love with that guy. She's having an emotional, she really wants to have that all the time. And women are willing to share a Jason Love or Justin Waller or Jason Momoa or whoever. They're willing to share a hot alpha guy rather than be saddled with a faithful beta. That is a red pill maxim. Women break rules for alphas and they make more rules for betas. Betas always have to qualify. Betas always have to pay a price. It's always transactional. You have to qualify. You have to have value added because she's unsure that you will ever be an alpha. But, if she's going to compromise her sexual agency, if she's going to compromise her reproductive potential, then there better be something better. You better be the beta male chimp or gorilla, whatever, who brings bananas, picks nits off of her, watches her kids, and has some sort of, value added because you're not the alpha. And you better be able to do that. Well, even women who are in committed relationships right now have fantasies, and now they're acting on those fantasies, apparently, to some degree anyways, to the point where it's niche porn. Like it's a very popular niche, apparently, too, because I just showed you the Pornhub stats. We got quantitative data on that. Well, maybe you could say, well, it's guys who just get stroking off and that's their fetish. Okay, well, it's fine. You could say that too, but there's got to be women willing to participate in that fetish. And they can't be pros. Remember, it's all based on amateur, just regular people, like real life sex, because that's the escalation. And what happens is you got the guy who's like, yeah, I think it'd be hot if you fucked another guy, fuck a black dude. And then her face looks like this. And the guy's like, oh, shit. Well, I guess we better turn it into a multi-million-dollar business then, because now I lost you and who cares, right? I can't do that. I can't give you that. I can't give you that feeling. You want to know why, when we talk about promiscuous women, when we talk about why body count matters to guys, this is why it matters to guys right here. That look, that's why body count matters, ladies. In case this is body count summed up in one facial expression, more or less. Yeah. Because if a guy, if the guy that she used to get with made her look like that back when she was so crazy in her college days, and you can't do that, guess what she's thinking about when you're fucking her? You can't give her that experience. It's like I did the whole essay on this. It was what was it? Oh, it was as good as it. No, it wasn't good as it gets. It's saving the best. That's what it was. There's an essay that it's actually in one of my books, Saving the Best. And it tracks this guy on Reddit who related this story on Reddit. I'm giving you the brief version of it. And his wife was frigid. She would give him starfish sex. She was just kind of lackluster. She's kind of like a dead lay. But it's his wife, right? And he just wants to have better sex with her. And maybe they had better sex when they were single, but now that she's married, or maybe she's just kind of missionary and she's like, yeah, I got laundry to do. Are you done yet? That kind of stuff. Well, it turns out that the husband, finds this VHS tape, because it was older, this tape of her having sex with multiple guys, it's group sex of her when she was in college. And he came upon the tape and confronted her about the tape and says, why do you not want to have sex with me like you did with these guys back in college? And, of course she comes over, oh, I'm not like that anymore. That wasn't me. I was, I've changed since then, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, yeah, but you're with your husband now. I'm with you for the long term. I'm till death do us part, in sickness and health, forsaking all others, right? I'm the guy that you should want to have this kind of sex with, not these fuckers like me, right? Because I'm here. I'm the one. Like logically, like guys are thinking, deductive logic. We're trying to solve a problem with deductive logic. Well, the thing is the guy, and this was his infamous quote, was like, great. He's like, I married a whore who fucks like a prude. Well, yeah, with you, not with them. The guys that she was with on the tape made her look like this. But the guy that she married, the guy who is the dad, remember, we're talking about like Chads versus dads, who's out fucking and who's out reproducing. Are the guys in the video reproducing with her? No, because she didn't have kids. She actually had a kid with the guy that was actually one of his dilemmas. But he ended up like leaving her, I think. I don't know if I ever got the follow up on that story, but the long and the short of it is that like he couldn't organically, naturally provoke that level of like visceral animal monkey sex desire that he really wanted from his wife. He's like, you should want to have the best sex you've ever had in your life with your husband, because I'm going to be the guy that's going to be with you for the rest of your life. Well, when you present it in rational terms, you're explaining, it's like demonstrate, not explicate. When you're explicating it in those terms, then what happens is it even turns her off that much more, because you're being analytical. You're not speaking emotional, you're speaking empirical. And no matter how you try to rationally, reasonably solve the problem of her wanting to fuck you, you're just negotiating desire. She just simply doesn't have any natural desire for you, and probably won't now because you've observed the process. And then later in that essay called it's called Saving the Best. The reason I called it Saving the Best is because like women are supposed to say like, I want to have the best sex I can with my husband, right? Saving myself for my husband. Well, if you're not going to save your virginity for your husband, you should certainly save your sexual best for that husband. That's not the case. So when we talk about like promiscuity in women and body count in women, that's the issue. I've explained it this way. I've said, look, men are concerned about like paternity. They want to make sure that you're a good bet for paternity. So if you're a woman who has a high body count, and guys are going to go, I want to fuck her, but recreational use only. I don't want to have a family with her because I don't know if she's going to cheat on me or try to cuck me or whatever else. And maybe that's like silly and stupid and insecure, but it's the innate, evolved, instinctual way of thinking about a woman who has a child already or who is not a good bet for your paternity. That's one aspect of it. The other side of that equation is, am I going to get this woman's sexual best? Because in the Saving the Best essay, the woman was having like sort of wanton three-ways and God knows what else. She was so crazy in her college years, but now she's getting serious and she's had her fun, and there's no fun for you, mister. We need to responsibly move off into the future, right? Well, then they're shocked that guys are not forthcoming to want to marry that because they've already given up their sexual best to a guy who in no way had to jump through the hoops that he has to. He doesn't have to those guys didn't have to qualify for it. All they had to do was be hot, have big dicks, and be ready to go. And so that's another aspect of like when women have more sexual partners, all it does is mean that there's a bigger pool of guys for whom that she has sex with, like the guys in the videotape. And now, because we have a digital footprint, and in this case, a physical, a tape footprint of her sexual past, then the guy looks at that and he goes, damn, I married a whore who fucks like, I married a whore who fucks like a prude. And of course, what she says is, oh, it's okay. No, please don't divorce me. I'll fuck you like that. Whatever you want. Anal sex, 3 ways, you name it. Well, I'm good. I'll step it up a little bit. That's obligation now. That's not natural desire. She'll do those. Maybe the behavior, she'll behave like that, but she's an actress at that point. He might as well go pay a hooker for a better performance because he doesn't even know the hooker. You might as well be paying a prostitute at that point if you don't have her natural desire. And that's the difference between validational sex and transactional sex. The transaction in this case is the negotiation of her, her mitigated, obligated desire. Oh, it's okay. Don't divorce me. I'll do what you want to. I'll be asexual. I'll give you hummers or whatever. Gobble the goo. Thanks, Andrew Dice Clay. But, that ship has sailed. She doesn't want to do that. If she did want to do that, she'd already be doing it. She'd already, you are the hottest guy I've ever been with. I just want to do crazy things with you that I've never done before. And thank God you're my husband. It doesn't happen these days. Ladies, that's another reason why higher body count matters to guys, because in all likelihood, the guys that you can't get over, the alpha widow, like the alpha guys that you can't get over, the jack at the bottom of the fucking sea, that guy, you probably had a better sexual experience with that guy than you ever will with your husband. You'll say, well, I love him. We have feelings. We have meaningful sex. Yes. While you're sitting there giving him starfish sex in missionary position and wondering if he's going to spill beer on the couch, like American Pie, whatever, American Beauty, or, hey, are you finished? I got laundry to do. It becomes a chore. It's an obligation. It's duty sex, good Christian duty sex, right? It's not the sex you want to have. The sex you want to have makes you look like this. unless this is like what you're getting like on a daily basis, right? Between, loads of laundry. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I have a really good sex life with my wife. It can exist. It's just like for guys who know how to draw this woman out in the bed. If you're a husband, ladies, if you're a wife and your husband can make you look like this after 10 years of marriage, odds are you're going to be in it for the long haul. You're going to get past the 7-year mark and probably go off and live together in your 80s and drink lemonade on the porch. This leads to being in your 80s and drinking lemonade on your porch. Living the good life. Yes. Oh boy, did I ever I got into all kinds of trouble when in the Pat Campbell days when I talked about duty sex. Duty sex? How dare? I was like, I'm talking to like evangelical Christians in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm like, you guys know damn well what duty sex is. Don't come to me like you're shocked. You made that word up, not me. I'm just repeating it. I can't believe he said duty. You have a duty. They try to make a biblical case for like fucking your man. But I always have a problem with that because it doesn't make you look like Lena. Sex Life on Netflix. Yep, that's another good example of open hypergamy, right? Rolo, I sent you some funny memes in IG. Okay, I'll look at those. Yeah, I think he did send me some of those. Did I have some of those? I might have saved a couple of those. Sorry, I might not have picked them up before showtime. Oh, this was good. So if the vast majority of men honestly, this is too good. So if the vast majority of men honestly assess their situationship, please, God damn it, stop using Zoomer speak. Stop using that term. Situationship. No, you're fucking other people. Can we just like say you're like spinning plates? Can you just say you're dating non-exclusive? This is a situationship. No, you're fucking multiple guys. Like, cut the shit. Paul. Not low Paul. Maybe you just picked it up. You don't know. They are second best at best. Situationships. Okay. You're only the best she could land, but convinces you she desires you until, or she's the best you could land. Yes and no. Now, let me explain to you why that is. The vast majority of cases of situationships, right? Yeah, you might be right. However, every once in a while, you'll see the story of Eva Mendes and Ryan Gosling. Okay. Now, Eva Mendes I think she was in her 40s when this happened, but she was very vocal about how she never wanted to have children ever. Right. She just simply wasn't about it. I don't have any maternal instincts. Fuck that. Fuck them kids. Right. Then she met Ryan Gosling and she was head over heels for Ryan Gosling. Good looking guy, A-list actor. I guess maybe still is. And Eva Mendes, good looking girl, she's still, that side of 40, but okay. She still hold her own. Maybe not as good as Margot Robbie, but who, by the way, does not have kids. I have to amend that mistake, that error that I made. The kids in that picture were actually her husband's kids from a previous marriage. So technically she's mom, but she's like hot stepmom, Cece's mom, Stacy's mom. But no, here's the thing is like, if you look at the Eva Mendes and Ryan Gosling, the first thing she says is, I want to have kids. I didn't know I wanted to have kids until I met Ryan, and I want to have his kids. I want to have his babies. That's validational. That's genuine desire. That, and you could say it's motivated by, you know, her necessity. Maybe it is, but like, because she's a little bit older now, but now suddenly she goes from, I never fuck them kids. Like, I never want kids to I want his babies. And that's the biggest difference. If you ever hear a woman tell you this, gentlemen, if you're in a relationship with a woman or you're in a marriage with a woman and she's like, you know, my biological clock is ticking. It's time for me to have kids. I need to have kids. I want to have kids. Don't do it. Eject. Get out. She said the wrong thing. That's not she wants to say, I want your kids. I want your babies. I want your DNA. You know, that's why when Jason, like, you know, got off inside of Lena, that's why it was so shocking, because that's the kind of guy who she wants to have. That's the Ryan. Jason Love is the Ryan Gosling for Lena the Plug, right? And she was just all about it, and as good as it gets, man. And by the way, that's not a recent thing. This is an old thing. How do I know? Well, go watch the movie It's a Wonderful Life. And when George Bailey and Mary finally get married, and Mary gets pregnant for the first time, they have this one scene, and he comes home kind of all depressed and like worked over because he can't get out of, you know, Bedford Falls or wherever the hell it is. She said something to the fact that she just mentions this to let him know that she's pregnant, right? She says, well, he's all, why ever marry a guy like me? And she goes, because I want my baby to look like you. Like that. And then of course that's oh, we're having a kid, you know, that cheers him up like immediately. This happens in like, when was that shot? Like the late 40s, early 50s, I think. It's black and white, right? Juries. Jimmy Stewart. And I forget the girl's name who played Mary. But there's that one scene. It stuck with me too. That's a very red pill movie, by the way. If you ever watch, I know it's a Christmas thing and it takes like 2.5 hours to watch, but you look for it's much more red pill and much more old school than you would think. Especially Violet. Was it Violet? I think that she's the one who's the sort of town floozy a little bit, but even that sort of teaches you some red pill lessons. Like, this is how we used to do things, and this is how we are right now. But that scene kind of stuck with me when she says, because I want my babies to look like you. That's, I want your babies. That's not, it's time to have babies. That's, I want your babies. I want my babies to look like you. Sexy Sons theory, right? Hypotheses. I want my babies to look like you. Ryan Gosling, Eva Mendes wants to have your baby. That's what you're looking for, gentlemen. You want to red flags, vetting for your what? That's a good, strong vet right there. I want your kids. Also, it's one of the like when she doesn't want your kids, when she's still pining for that alpha male, that's when you got to figure out, like, if she never let your wife name your male child, especially, or if she does, if she insists on naming the baby that you have with her, and it turns out later that that's the name of an old boyfriend she had in college, get out. That's when get out. Jeez, that's double get out. That's transactional sex. You have a transactional relationship. She has a baby with you, and she names it Chad. She names it Tyrone. She names it Jason. Apparently, she names the baby Jason. If she names a baby Jason, yeah, but Jason's probably the guy who, like, you know, rearranged her guts. Like, that's still got that. She's an alpha widow. She's still pining after that guy to the point where she's going to name that. And by the way, I am not overplaying this. This happens all the time, ladies. You know what I'm talking about. You probably know one of your girlfriends who named her male child, her son, after an old boyfriend, because she's like, he was the best I can do, and I want to be reminded of his name every time I see my son. That's, you want to know, there is no greater like reinforcement for Sexy Sons theory than women naming their sons from another guy after an old boyfriend they fucked in college. That right there, Sexy Son. I want to see this man in myself and my male heir, my male, I'm sending off this boy into perpetuity. I hope I can turn him into what I couldn't lock down in college. So I'm going to name him David. I'm going to name him Jason. I'm going to name him whatever that guy's name was, Chad. That's fucked up. That is absolutely fucked up. But it is what it is. I see it happens often. And you know what's funny is you probably didn't even know about it. It's probably more prevalent than we think, but because we have the internet and we're more aware of this stuff and we have like social media and we hear the stories all the time, it makes me wonder how often that happened before all this. Wow. What did you say here? Please look at my last super chat. Sam, can you call that back up? I don't even see it. Hold on a sec. What did you say? Well, I'm looking for that. Here we go. Rolo, love your work. Would you ever consider doing a daily Rational Male 365-day red pill truth book or something like Daily Stoic? I'll do you one better, my friend. I don't know if it's, do you want a daily devotional? Pull out scriptures from the Rational Male. I am working on a book called Maxims right now, and it is very similar to what you're talking about, although it's not Daily Stoic. It's, like you'll hear a lot of jingoism, right? You'll hear the jingoism, whatever vernacular that we use in red pill spaces. Like, well, I just used a few actually. Alpha fucks beta bucks, or women would rather, would rather share an alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. That's a maxim. Women break rules for alphas and they make rules for betas. That's another maxim. So I'm going to end up, I've probably half the book already ready to go. All I got to do is like stop flying to Vegas and back and I'll finish it. But yeah, I have something like that in the works already. Although I don't know if it's exactly that, but it's pretty close. Zoomers. Peter Zehan's demographic projection is on point. I have no clue who that individual is. Culturally conservative societies are far outbreeding everyone else. Are you sure about that? Because it seems like third world countries, if you want to call them conservative, are actually outbreeding, first world countries. Are white men white? Ooh, I'm supposed to say this the right way. White men, the face of cuckoldry. Yeah, I would say so because if there is another racial ethnic variant of that, I'm unaware of it. So perhaps it's probably easier to believe, I guess, maybe not in my case. Might as well get paid for your wife a number 0. Yeah. So here's the thing, just to tag something onto the end of this. And this, I realize this is just a $2 super chat, but there you go. Yeah, I think it's probably more of the fantasy to see like a big, like body built, like Jason Love, man. By the way, I think the guy's funny as fuck. Like I don't care to like follow him on Pornhub, but like when I see him on Instagram and it's non-pornography and we just talking and stuff like that, he's like a dude. I would love for him to come on Access Vegas so I could just talk to him because he's funny as hell. Kind of like, Sterling Cooper. He's not in the business anymore, but like he's funny as hell. He's a great guy. I would love to talk to him. Even Domo is great. I hate to say that. Maybe I don't hate to say this, but like it really changed my opinion of people who are in sort of the adult business. I know Kiki Clout. I know Domo, who's my fave. I know Sarah Jesse, because she's been on the show before. Sterling Cooper. I guess Jason Love, like I know him by name, and I know Brandy Love. They all have the name Love, Brandy Love. I know all those are the only porn stars I have any first name basis or knowledge of when it comes to like names and stuff like that. I shouldn't say that. I know Riley Reid and what's the other girl? Riley Reid and something else. Mia Khalifa, obviously, but I only know them by name because they have been in the red pill space because they quit the porn and now suddenly they do a 1A. They want to pivot, right? By the way, anybody who's complaining about Riley Reid or Mia Khalifa or what's the other one who got pregnant? I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Somebody will tell me. What is it? Somebody tell me the other one. There's 3 of them: Mia Khalifa, Riley Reid, and is it Lana? Not Sasha Grey. That's old school, isn't it? No, it's Lana Rhoades. Is it Lana Rhoades? Yeah, Lana Rhoades. One of those girls who've left porn because they got pregnant or they're just like trying to cycle themselves out. And what they do is they go on podcasts and talk about how horrible it is and how they're, having a new spin on life and we're going to get right with God and we're going to have babies and we're going to get down to, of course they made their money. And they're all still using their porn names. If you don't like porn, stop using your porn name. Okay. But if you're a guy who is in the manosphere, who has been in the manosphere and has profited handsomely from the association or my work or lifting my work or anybody else's. You profited handsomely from being in the manosphere for, say, the last, 2 years, maybe 18 months, 2 years. And now you want to suddenly be, a man of God, and you convert to whatever Abrahamic religion of your choice. If that's you, you are following in the footsteps of Mia Khalifa, Lana Rhoades, and Riley Reid. Same thing. You're no better than a 2-bit whore, right? Thank you, John Zerka, for your influence in all of this. You're doing the same thing. You're pivoting. Well, we were all about this before, but no more. We've turned a new leaf. We're going to get right with God. We're going to convert to, I don't know, let's think of some whack job. We're going to convert to, I don't know, what is David Koresh? That religion. You're no better than the porn stars who have basically turned their back on porn and now they're talking shit about porn after it's sort of made them who they are and they're still using their porn names. Trust me, you're a retired porn star. Let's see. I think I got through those. I still don't see that other one. This guy. Can you call that up for me, Sammy? Where did I miss that one? Oh, there it is. Sorry. I'll have to read it out because it got past me. Please tell my friend Kenneth to cash app that queen. Cash app that queen, Kenneth. Here, and do
stomp that bitch.
There you go. It's a sarcastic inside joke we use when we see a woman doing something haram. No, you get one of those too. Haram! There you go. That's what you get for me missing your $2 super chat, your $4 to $5 super chat. I apologize profusely. 2-bit user. I agree. We should call a situationship what it is. Same goes for calling adultery cheating. Cheating sounds like you're copying someone's answers. That's a good. Hold on, I'm going to hang on to that real quick. Rick Terry, give him the good news, Rolo. Satisfying a woman in bed begins way before you even get to close the bedroom door. It does. All right. So going back to 2-bit users post here, unless I missed this. Okay, here we go. Okay, so same goes for calling adultery cheating. Okay, adultery is sort of the epic mythologized way of just saying you're cuckolding somebody. The reason why cheating, at least from a male perspective, there's 2 perspectives to this. Okay, so from the male perspective, the reason why cheating is so earth-shattering to guys is because it's not just a betrayal of trust. It's also that trust is built on a tacit agreement that she's not going to fuck anybody else, and you are going to give up, forsake all others, and by forsaking all others, you're forsaking your ability or your options to solve your reproductive problems, maybe potentially more efficiently than you would with this woman. So you're saying, I love you so much. I want to have meaningful sex with you. And I want to have a parental investment in this relationship. If you look at the marriage vows, right? To having to hold in sickness and in health, richer or poorer, meaning if I suddenly make a shit ton of money or I become a lazy bum, you still have to be married to me. That's the deal. And sickness and in health. So if I'm healthy, great. If I'm buff and I look good, right, at 55 years old. Or if I get a big goiter around my neck, you're in for the long run until I can heal up, right? Sickness and in health. Forsaking all others. To having to hold, to obey. But if you look at the traditional marriage vows, that's a contract. That's a negotiation. That's terms of, really terms for desire. But what it is it's a negotiation between men's mating strategy and women's mating strategy. So women's mating strategy, hypergamy, alpha fucks, beta bucks, looking for the best quality that she can get. I need to find the guy who is the best representation of the best genetic benefits plus the best long-term survival benefits. I could throw that in mystery method speak, but that's really what it boils down to. The best genetic benefits versus the best long-term security benefits, protection, provisioning, parental investment in the same guy. So I will give up my quest to advertise to find that guy. And you will forsake all others, meaning that you love me so much. I'm only going to have sex with you. You're only closed on your end, closed on my end. We're only going to fuck each other. And you're going to not have sex with anybody else except for me because I don't want you to fall in love with them and then take away my lifestyle and my resources by having an emotional investment in another woman rather than the sex side of things, which also probably plays in as well. But it's I'm going to compromise my sexual strategy and you're going to compromise yours, and we're going to come together and we'll form a family. And when a woman cheats, she is essentially, and the man's only bargain, by the way, in that compromise is the baby has to be his. Don't cuckold me, please. That when people like when I made this observation in one of the shorts, like when Adam22 was talking to Destiny of all fucking people, right? I feel insecure. I'm feeling kind of insecure in my masculinity because I let another man dig out, lean to the plug. And I am I being insecure? Why do I feel these things? Right. Well, because he hadn't quite eroticized his jealousy instinct and his mate guarding instinct. Right. And everybody thinks it's something you could just sort of like overlook, or you can just like condition yourself past the instinctive mental firmware that has been evolved into the human male for the last 200,000 years just by convincing yourself, I guess it's okay. I'll just watch more porn. All right. Well, no, you're feeling insecure. That's a feature, not a bug. You're supposed to feel that way. In fact, I would argue that, and have argued that Adam22 and guys like him are actually more secure in their masculinity because they're like, fuck that. I'm not letting some other guy fuck my wife. And if that's the case, then and she wants to, then thanks, see ya. Comply or goodbye. Bye-bye, motherfucker. Same thing with that. Of course, that's the Andrew Tate response, right? Now it is anyways. Probably wasn't before. Not that he would allow some. See, that's the thing is like a guy like Tate, like Justin Waller, other people I could mention that I know personally, when it's open on their end and closed on the woman's. The reason why it's closed on the woman's end is because that's the compromise. That's the negotiation. It's like, you know what? If you want to be with me, I'll make you my main, I'll make you my queen, but I'm going to have side pieces because that's just how I am. And I can't guarantee I won't fuck other chicks. I promise you I won't fall in love with them, but there might be an occasion where I'm out on business and some chick wants to suck my dick. Right. That's their arrangement. But that's not cuckoldry. That's like it's so closed on there and they comply or goodbye, right? You're either part of this whole, harem or you're not. You don't have to stay. It's fine. I'm not trying to manipulate you. The door's right there. Yeah. And by the way, I wouldn't want you this is me. Like I wouldn't want you to be to feel like you're like part of this, part of you're imprisoned in the forbidden city. No, go please. I don't want you to not want to be a part of this. I want your genuine desire. And if you're high enough a value guy, women will share that alpha male. They already are. They're doing it by their own volition right now. So when we look at like polygyny, we call it throuple, whatever. When we look at polygyny, it's because women want to be there, not because guys are fiendishly, imprisoning them. They're not sex slaves. The women are there by their own choice and their own want to do that. Women want to share a high value man. They want to share that guy. And usually it's because those guys are so short in supply that it seems like a good way of what? Solving their reproductive problem. It's an adaptive mating strategy for women to share a high value man because it's the same thing when low value beta men want to be with a woman who is a single mother. They're technically sharing that woman because she's already had kids with another man. So they're not cheating because there was no prior contract. Remember, cheating implies a contract. I've talked to guys about that before, like guys who have it open on their end and open on and then closed on her end. I said, what is cheating then? Are you cheating? No, because that's part of the implied contract. This is the deal you signed up for. I'm going to go fuck I'm going to have side pieces. I'm going to still love you and put all my energy and money and time and emotions into you. Maybe someday I'll just like be with you 100%. But until that day, there's some pretty hot girls on the road. So what are you going to do? Well, if you sign up for that, then that's not cheating. But if she breaks that contract by going and fucking someone else, when it's open on his end and closed on her, then that does imply cheating. That's why I keep saying, what is marriage? Like in my case, it is closed on my end and closed on my wife's end. My wife's end. I have sister wives, but they're not that kind of sister wife. So I would be cheating to have sex outside the marriage, and she would be cheating to have sex outside the marriage as well, right? That's a contract. It's traditional, conventional. That's the way things work, right? Christianity, Jews. And then, like, for instance, like you can have in Islam, you have up to 4 wives, assuming you can provide for them successfully. And it's closed on your end and closed on all 4 of your wives' ends. So you're only fucking your 4 wives, assuming you have 4, but you can't go outside unless certain stipulations apply, I guess. But I mean, that's the basic contract. So it's still polygyny, I guess. But it's also closed on their end and closed on your end too. So cheating would be you breaking a breach of contract. For someone like Destiny, where it's a open on her end and open on his end, what constitutes cheating? Because it seems to me like it would be much more difficult to sort of enforce boundaries and an open on her end and open on your end marriage. Is that even marriage? And what constitutes cheating in that situation? Well, it could be like, well, she's trying to sneak around on you. She's not like 100% upfront, full disclosure. I'm fucking this guy. Okay. Good. Yeah. Okay. Like maybe there's like sort of this tacit agreement between the two of them. I don't know how it works out, or anybody else for that matter. Or else it's like open on her end and closed on the guy's end. So it's cheating if he flirts with the waitress at the club or the restaurant, but it's not cheating for her if she advertises her ass on Instagram or has an OnlyFans and presents the appearance that of sexual availability. If it was closed on my wife's end and closed on my end, and my wife decided that she wanted to start selling ass pictures on OnlyFans, or she decided to start an Instagram influencer page where she's like, posing in thong bikinis or something like that, does that constitute cheating? What about when a man is in the same situation? You hear this all the time. Like a man, like they're, especially like Christians or whatever, like they have that, like guys, was it 68% of Christian men admit to having a porn addiction? Well, if he's stroking off to porn, is that a breach of contract? Or is it allowable, or is it tolerable because she's not putting out, or she's not putting out to the degree that would be to his satisfaction? Okay, those are hairs we can split, but is it cheating? In all of those situations, cheating implies a contract, or at least a tacit contract, an implicit contract, meaning that closed on your end, closed on my end, you fuck around, that's a breach of contract. That's what marriage is based on today, is implied, implicit contracts. I asked the girls that. I said, what would, like, they were in like open relationships on Access Vegas. I asked them, so well, then what implies cheating? What makes it cheating? Well, it's if he tries to go behind my back. Like, okay, fine. So he says, hey, look, I'm going to go. What does he do? Call you up and say, hey, man, I'm at Zook right now. There's a girl. She's like ready to go. She's DTF. I'm going to fuck her. Okay. Like that gets bypasses the cheating clause. That seems like a very complex way to live your life. Just throwing that out there. But so what is marriage right now? Is it what? Because technically, Adam22 is married. There's a legal, he has a wedding marriage certificate somewhere. I think so. Certainly had the ceremony. White wedding. But apparently cheating the contract does not include having sex with Jason Love and doing a porn movie. That's allowable in the contract that they have. So when I've been critical of this before in the past, but like, thanks. There you go. You get one of these. That's too good. Well, and you know what? You get, there you go.
Thank you very much. Can I be in charge for a while?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This stuff will make you a sexual tyrannosaurus. But when we talk about cheating, it's an implied contract. And are you breaching that contract? Well, when same-sex marriage was legalized in the United States, in 2015? all the rainbow or the rainbow lights were on the White House or whatever it was. People were saying, well, you know, why does that matter to you? Why does that doesn't affect your life? You know, love is love. Love wins. You know, if they're happy, then why are you upset about it? Well, because same-sex marriage implies that that marriage itself is not necessarily sort of a religious thing. It is a contract. It's an implicit contract rather than holy matrimony in the Bible and everything else, or whatever your holy book is, Quran. And really what it boils down to, once again, is marriage is up to the individuals. So if you have an open marriage and you're swingers, or your wife is a hot wife, right? They'll still say they're married. They, you know, their hobbies on the weekends is to go do gangbangs with a bunch of guys, but that doesn't breach their contract of marriage, because if it did, then they would file for divorce. You want to know one of the reasons why no fault divorce is been popularized to the point that it is because everybody defines their marriages according to the two individuals that are involved. So when same-sex marriage came out, remember, it's not gay marriage, it's same-sex marriage. People always throw that one out. Like they don't understand. Oh, it's same. In the eyes of the state, it doesn't matter whether it's two women, two men, or a man and a woman, because the contract of marriage is left up to the individuals at this case. So you get to decide what is a breach of contract, what is cheating, and what is not cheating. Are you in a closed on your end, closed on her end situation? Well, that might be something that the lawyers want to have a look at when it comes time to, you know, do divorce proceedings. Who let the deal go down? Doesn't matter, because there's no fault divorce anyways. That's another reason. Now, number two is this. It's same-sex marriage. It's not gay marriage. So theoretically speaking, I could marry Aaron Clary. We could be husband and husband. Aaron, I propose here's my hand in marriage. And the stipulations in the contract of my marriage, my same-sex marriage with Aaron and myself, is that we are both heterosexual. The contract is this: we will never have sex with each other, but we are allowed to go bang as many chicks as we want to, each individually, and go and do whatever the hell we want to sexually outside of the marriage, because that's part of the agreed contract of our same-sex marriage. And the state has to honor that and respect that. We're two heterosexual men in a same-sex marriage. It's just the contract. Now, if I say, well, you know what, Aaron, if you ever suck dick, if you ever get with a guy, then this is over. That constitutes cheating in my book, mister. You're out of here. You've been cheating with another man, because $20 is $20. If that ever happens, then that's a breach of contract, and I'm going to file divorce, because that's how it works in our contract, and that's how we worked it out. So it's not about being gay, being straight, open on her end, closed on your end, all that stuff. The state don't give two shits about that. They care about have you organized this marriage together? Yes. Have you disbanded it as a result? Have you divorced? Yes. That's the point behind that. And that's why same-sex marriage, gay marriage, whatever, was a game changer for where we're at right now. What the fuck is marriage? Rolo, how come you're so against marriage? I'm not against marriage. I'm just against the way we do it now. And that is, everything is just sort of left up to the individual. There's no real accountability, particularly when it's like no fault divorce. And of course, it's always in the woman's favor, especially if she has kids, there's child support, there's alimony, which, by the way, permanent alimony was recently made illegal or whatever. I guess they abolished permanent alimony in the state of Florida. Thank you, DeSantis. This will be great. He must be on our side. He's a red pill guy. No, there's still alimony. It's just not permanent anymore. I don't know how they determine what the length of alimony is. It's just that you don't have a lifetime of alimony anymore, which is still a step in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. But people get too happy about that shit. Wow, he's really on our side, Rolo. Either that, or if there's an economic side, there's an economic upside or downside to that you want to avoid. generally politicians don't make decisions like that unless it makes economic sense, unless somebody's getting paid or somebody is, not getting paid. Don't celebrate too quickly. What's funny is people will celebrate the legalization of abortion in another country with more fanfare than guys getting a reprieve on lifetime alimony in Florida. Seriously. Keep that one in the back of your head. Hello from Malaysia. Welcome, Jigsaw from Malaysia. Malaysian Jigsaw. All right. Let's see. Do I have anything else up here? Grab a few more of these. I think that's it. Am I on top, Sammy? I am. Thank you for the Roughnecks comment, too. I really need to get a sound drop for that Lana Rhodes. Let's see. Okay, so last but not least, I do have to read this to you. I almost let this go. I want to read you the transition from open hypergamy to open cuckoldry, which is where we're at now. So I am going to read you my 2015 essay, which is now a classic, I presume. And this was in 2015. Let's see, December 7th, 2015 by Mr. Rollo Tomasi. And let's see. Okay, you got me on there. I will read it. It's story time, children. Open your textbooks to page whatever this is. Okay. During the Q&A section of the Man in Demand talk, which I actually did in Las Vegas, it was the first time I ever made a live appearance. Back in September, I was asked about where I believe the social dynamic of open hypergamy would lead. In specific, the idea was proposed, and I agreed that the logical next step for a social order founded on feminine hypergamy and one that prioritizes the female sexual strategy as preeminent would lead to a state of openly accepted cuckoldry. There it is, black and white, right in your face. 2015. Here we are. Yet here we are. Although I can't say it's an accepted social dynamic as yet. Actually, I was very mistaken, but it was. There are many social indicators that are revealing this push towards a normalized cuckoldry. I'll explore these for a bit in this essay, but for now, these indicators are about a move away from conventional monogamy in the hopes that a soft cuckoldry, although maybe it's not soft now, might be a precursor to instituting a more accepted open cuckoldry. Wow. Nostradamus Rollo. Wait. We need this. Hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Here we go. Okay, let's read a little bit more. I think it's also important to keep in mind a couple of primary principles about this shift. First is the fact that initially an openly accepted state of feminine controlled cuckoldry will never be called cuckoldry proper. Yeah, it'll be called sex work. We use this example of socially accepted, if not celebrated, open hypergamy as a model. Open cuckoldry will be sold as more logical, more humane sexual strategy for men and women in light of divorce statistics, romantic boredom, and other sexual studies that indicate men and women weren't evolved for monogamous commitment. Sound like the promiscuity thing? Sound like the monogamy thing? Ah, man. Remember, this is 2015. In 2015, Dr. Jordan Peterson was still just like obscure, unknown, dude teaching classes in University of Ontario. Think about how old you were. Think about how old Destiny was in 2015. Think about how old Myron Gaines was in 2015. Think about how old Adam22 was in 2015, or Lena the Plug. Was she in high school? I bet. How old is Lena the Plug? Anyways, I think it's also important to keep in mind a couple of primary principles about this shift. Oh, I got this. Okay. The second is that open cuckoldry is the extension of a unilaterally feminine controlled hypergamy. This is before I started using terms like gynocentrism. This is to say that as hypergamy becomes more normalized as a social imperative, that sexual strategy will extend to optimizing hypergamy across genders. If that optimization is taken to its logical end, It will require men not just to adopt cuckoldry as a norm, but to socially reward them for advocating it among their own sex. You're insecure if you don't let Jason root your wife out, or bang your wife out, dig your wife out. Who told me dig? I forget, somebody gave me that. I figured it was funny. I just thought I'd use it. Now I keep using it. Okay, so yes, do we see that happening right now? Absolutely we do. Guys who want to, absolutely we do. We can see that happen between Adam22 and Destiny in that interview. That was when I happened to shoot my time with him. Okay, cuckoldry by any other name. As I said, it won't be called cuckoldry. The connotations are negative, so a redefining will be made in order to make the practice more socially palatable. The feminine imperative won't recruit the very men it needs to perpetuate cuckoldry as their own sexual strategy if the term is derogatory, meaning that if you're called a cuck, that's derogatory. So there has to be some new term. There has to be something that's a little more palatable. That's why we don't call OnlyFans girls prostitutes, although John Zerka does. There's a push to what? Call them sex workers, sex work. I'm in the sex work industry. I'm a therapist. No, you're a prostitute, but we need a euphemism. We can't use the term prostitute because it sounds like, well, prostitute. Thus we'll get euphemisms for alternative lifestyles, open marriages, or a designer relationship. And I drew this from salon.com. So this next following quote was from salon.com. That's actually where I got the term designer relationship. We live in an era when everything is customizable. Relationships are no exception. Some people will continue to practice their grandparents' form of monogamy, and others, probably the majority, they're hoping, will be serially exclusive and pair bonded. Still others, so basically no marriage, but they'll still pretend that they'll be like basically living in sin. Make me an honest woman, Rolo. Still others will explore some form of non-monogamous expression that encompasses one or more of the facets we've discussed, or may flow in and out of being exclusive based on what the relationship requires. We've done this ourselves. Having the ability to customize a relationship means having the freedom to respond to life's vicissitudes, meaning that if the opportunity arises to fuck the hot guy in the foam cannon party, we want that option available, gentlemen, or maybe vice versa, right? Some chick comes along, you want to get a hall pass. Okay, well, then in that case, what is cheating? How does it work when everything is like all up in the air? And again, why even bother with marriage at all if you can just simply spin plates and still call it marriage? The first time I came across the concept of soft polygamy, I should have said polygyny, I was in behavioral psychology class exploring the practices of modern marriage and contrasting them with the long-term sexual behaviors of men and women. As you might imagine, the context of the study focused entirely on the bad behaviors of men who essentially transitioned from serial monogamy to serial marriage, meaning like they would divorce and then remarry. The idea was that the process of moving from one LTR to another, men were establishing a soft form of polygamy, meaning soft harems, right? You're still fucking many women. You're just doing it in the socially accepted way of getting with that woman, fucking her for a little bit, starting a relationship, getting bored of it, throwing it away, and then getting another one. Monkey branching, essentially. In a social respect, men have far more to lose from serial marriages than do women. The financial liabilities of divorce are well known to the manosphere, but so are the emotional and familial accountabilities, meaning like if you start multiple families. So from a strictly male perspective, serial LTRs are a dicey prospect, but from a female perspective, in feminine primary social order, institutionalized hypergamy and the soft polygamy that results from Sandbergian sexual strategy, meaning like Sandbergian is like Carol Sandburg when she was talking about, basically it's hypergamy. Soft cuckoldry becomes pragmatic in optimizing hypergamy for women, meaning that rather than getting out of the marriage that they're in, it would serve women better if they could have sex with a guy like, oh, I don't know, Jason Love inside the marriage. They could still fuck guys and still be married and still ensure that they have the long-term security, the emotional investment, the parental investment, and the love and commitment and everything else, because it works better for them that way. So ergo, having a hot wife, having a like cuckoldry within the marriage itself becomes an option. At this point, we should consider the Heartiste maxim. Okay, this is Royce, by the way, is Heartiste, about feminism. The feminist goal is removing all constraints on female sexuality while maximally restricting male sexuality. That is the feminist goal. Put your dick in a cage, figuratively and literally. Institutionalized cuckoldry is the logical means to restricting male sexuality, but we have to consider what function that restriction serves for women. From an alpha fucks, beta bucks perspective, the plan is simple. Restrict that sexuality as women find need for a particular man's service, meaning that if she's looking for the guy who can fix her flat tire, she's got that guy open. If she wants to get dug out by Jason Love, that option is also open. Diamonds and Rust. While I'm reluctant to prognosticate, I probably should have, because here we are in 2023. My guess is that future generations of men will be considered, will be conditioned to accept their role in this cuckoldry as part of their socialization. And here we are.
Say my name.
The above Forever Mark Diamond advertisement is one illustration of this. Open hypergamy and its acceptance has already made its popular debut in mainstream media and advertising. And likewise, open cuckoldry is just now finding a social foothold. And boy, did social media ever get that foothold off the ground. It takes the red pill lens to appreciate the efforts as the efforts as they're being made by a larger society. The Forever Mark ad is intended to be funny or cute, but it belies a deeper, more poignant truth about alpha widows, hypergamy, and the long-term sexual strategy or plan and roles women expect men to play in it. I was made aware of this ad being circulated from a reader on Twitter and at first thought it was a reworked joke. It is, however, legitimate, and billboards with this campaign are up in major cities. Without the benefit of a red pill lens, I can see how most men would laugh it off, or women might giggle sardonically about it. But the fact remains that a clever copywriter is aware of the sexual dynamics that make it funny. I pulled the following quote from Deddy, who was a commenter on Dalrock's blog. He says, "I think what we will continue to see is a growing disengagement. Yeah, this has been discussed here and elsewhere in almost 5 years I've been around. In the 5 years I've been around here, I think what will happen is that things will continue sliding in the same direction they're going until a critical mass is reached." Okay, so we live in a mostly free society with a hybrid of capitalism and socialism. We have maximum freedom and autonomy right now. Remember, this is 2015. Both sexes being free to pursue pretty much whatever they want, however they want. That is the prime characteristic driving the current circumstance. And up to now, there's been enough money taxed, borrowed, and stolen to pay for it. A growing number of men are not getting as much sex as they want. A growing number of women aren't getting commitments in the form that they want. When they want from the men that they want. So things are going to keep sliding that way. More and more men will walk away and direct what energies they have left elsewhere. Sound like today, guys? Into work, into beer, bros, Xbox, porn, or travel and leisure. Oddly enough, this might make many of them more attractive to women since they're spending less time directing their attentions to women. More and more men will earn just enough to support themselves since they don't plan on marriage, and fatherhood is out of the question. They will lack the skills to improve their lives. They will not get nearly as much sex as they want, but they will learn to live with it, mostly through porn, the occasional hookup, and even more occasional prostitute. The price of prostitutes will skyrocket as demand increases. Remember, this is pre-OnlyFans. This is 2015. And a few more women will go into high-end call girl work to earn side money. Well, we see how that was industrialized, back in 2018, 2019. They will get, this will definitely, here we go. The price of prostitutes will skyrocket as the demand increases and few will go into high price call girl work. Okay. More and more men will direct their attentions into their work, travel, leisure, and having children without men. This will definitely make more of them less attractive to men, except as on again and off again sex partners, meaning they are more than willing to share the alpha if they don't have to be impregnated by the shitty genes of a beta male. They will not get the commitment from men they want, but they will learn to live with it. They will complain about it with increasing volume and shrillness, but they will learn to live with it until something happens to cause the tides to turn. Again, don't know what or when or how, but something will happen to cause a hard reset, and it will be exquisitely painful for everyone. I don't want it to happen, nor do I relish it. It's not something I should desire or look forward to because of the because of the pain it will bring, but I do think it will happen. I don't think it will happen in my lifetime or my kids' lifetime. We could easily slide like this for another 50 to 100 years. I think it might happen sooner than that. I think one consequence of this separation of the genders will include socially normalized institution of cuckoldry. To take hold, it will need to be termed something different. But in effect, the process of women conceiving with one man and then expecting another man to parentally invest himself in that child will be a casual expectation of women. With so many men effectively, if not intentionally, going their own way, the idea that any man wouldn't be expected to serve as a surrogate parent will become commonplace. Genders divided by feminism or feminine social primacy will need a customized form of cuckoldry that allows for the alpha fucks side of hypergamy to be reconciled with the beta buck side by enlisting different men for either purpose. All right, I'm going to stop reading there because there's a little bit more that's kind of irrelevant to the rest of that. So there you have it. There you have it. Oh, Rolo Damas. 2015. You guys think I don't know shit, but I know shit. Bro, what's wrong with Rolo, man? Rolo Tomasi don't. Rolo
Tomasi don't get no hoes, man.
I hate being right all the time, man. I hate being right. So when all this, long story short, I'll get to your super chats and you guys can ask me questions here. We're almost at 4 hours. But when I saw Adam22 and this whole thing was going down and everything this ball got rolling and it was just drip fed from video to video to video. It reminded me of this. I went back to reading Open Cuckoldry. And again, Open Cuckoldry is the logical extension of Open Hypergamy. The reason why cuckoldry is a thing and it's being more and more accepted is because cuckoldry is an adaptive mating strategy for beta males. That's why. It makes better sense. Well, she doesn't want to fuck me, but if I want to stay in this, cheaper to keep her in this marriage, right? If I want to stay, I want to do it for the kids. I want my wife to be happy, and I'm secure enough in you'll gaslight yourself. I'm secure enough in my masculinity that I will condition myself to tolerate her getting dug out by Jason Love. I will condition myself to get off on it because it's so much better if I can get some sexual pleasure out of it. Then it makes it that much more tolerable to sublimate my innate instinctual, revulsion to seeing my wife getting fucked by another dude that was evolved over, 200,000 years of human evolution. Don't worry about it. We're intellectually smart enough and only special people can do this, Jeffrey Miller. And here we fucking are. Here we are. And everything I said in 2015, bam. Hear me now, believe me later. And I didn't even need the magic 8 ball. Gary, the numbers guy. saw this coming down the street. Put 2 and 2 together. Sack up, pretty boy. All right, here we go. Let's see. Got to you. Seems the hotter a chick is, the easier it is to become infatuated with her. Yeah, ignore her beauty. Especially after blowing things up by reaching out too soon after a first date and she ghosting despite having a first night lay. How to break this spell? Okay, that's what's called buyer's remorse. You don't break that spell. You move on to the next thing. You eject, my friend. However, I will explain the dynamic for you. Okay, hesitate and thou art lost. Okay, you will lose more women by hesitation than you will by like being more bold about it. You will lose more chicks by trying to play the friend and kind of like, am I feeling this right? Blah, blah, blah. If you're if you're vacillating, if you're on the fence about a girl, if you don't strike while the iron is hot, don't do it at all. That's the longer version of like the 3-second rule, like the PUAs used to talk about all the time. The 3-second rule is this, is like if you're at a club or you're at a social event or whatever, and you see a girl that you go, damn, that's a hot girl. I would really like to get with that. I want to get to know that girl. You count to 3. If you don't move by 4, don't do it. Hesitate and thou art lost. You have to get past the hesitation. That's usually the reason why you get that. Like, well, I had a same night lay, so I was good. Yeah, well, that's what's called buyer's remorse. You were cuter when she was drunk. It was the situation, the context in which she met you that led to the conditions that were optimal for her wanting to fuck you that night. Maybe she was mad at her ex. Maybe, you were she was drunk, you were cute, and one thing led to another. You were the hot guy in the foam cannon party. But you will lose more opportunities with women by hesitating than you will by, may fortune favor the foolish, right? By being bold about it. And the reason I say that is because I have recently had some friends anyways who are in experiences where they were like, man, I really want to get with this girl. What should I do? Blah, 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 blah. And they're talking and like, okay, now we talked about this and now we did this. And so they're busy like talking to me about what they're going to do or how should I approach this and that. And so in the length of time it took to sort of consult me to give them some sort of like analysis of their situation, she's done. She's like, if you don't hit it when it's hot, then it's going to cool off and you're not going to be able to rekindle that. There's a lot of situational awareness is something that I don't think enough like guys who are sort of in the game and learning social skills, they just don't understand that. Because she might be into you that night and she might want to have sex with you that night and give you a same night lay. And then if you won't be able to get that shot at it again, if that makes sense. Is there anything to combat corrupted study stats? Well, first off, you have to learn how to read stats. That's another thing. It's kind of almost impossible at this case. You almost have to read research and statistics and studies and stuff with a magnifying glass at this stage, because you have to remember what's the social condition into which that study is studying, right? So when I question the veracity of certain studies, it's usually because I don't think enough people do this. They have to take into account that 85% of modern psychology is dominated by women. You want to talk about a female dominated industry? Psychology is it. 85%. I got the stats in here too. And this is by the way, this is back in like 2017, 2018. The APA put that stat out that 85% the psychology industry, the psychology field of study, whatever you want to go and talk about, it is dominated by females right now. So what do females want to study? I would presume something different than men, right? And what do they want to debunk with other studies? Stuff that is unflattering to female nature, for sure. And what about men who are still remaining in psychology? And by the way, this doesn't have to just apply. This crisis of replication, this crisis of sort of like studies and research, and who's funding it, where's it being done, by whom, what are the methodologies? They understand. Like, go watch that video by Orion Taraban. It's probably the best place to start is like, who's doing the study, what is their background, and what will motivate them to want to do that study in the first place. Oh, this study doesn't replicate. It's an old study and we're trying to make it replicate. Funny how the ones that flatter women tend to replicate. The ones that are unflattering to women's nature, those ones never seem to replicate for some reason. Maybe has something to do with 85% of psychology being female. So there's that. Is there any way to combat that? Well, yes, there is, but nobody's going to do it because there's no money in it. Or no one wants to fund those things. If I wanted to say, hey, look, I'm going to do an independent study to prove that ovulatory shift is a real fucking thing, and here's the methodology, and it's rock solid, and here's my study methods, and I got some very well-respected research scientists who've done this type of work for ages, and I've got everything just nuts and bolts, tits and ass perfect, ready to do this research, and I need funding, and you know what? Nobody wants to fund it. Nobody wants to get involved in it because they're afraid of what they'll find. And by the way, they did the same thing with homosexuality back in the day. Like they could have discovered whether homosexuality is behavioral or if it's genetic, or there's lots of things. But you'll notice that there's a lot of weak studies about that, or they're simply not there because back in the day, nobody wanted to have any sort of concrete, objective understanding of what was the source and what caused homosexuality. So we're still kind of like up in the air and subjective definitions and everything's sort of relative, but not for a lack of wanting those stats. It was just because people don't want the results to be what they might or might not have been. So therefore it doesn't get studied. And even the things that do get researched and they get funded and they go through the proper process and they get peer review and they come back and the results are unflattering to whatever the social narrative happens to be at that time, they get tossed down what's called a memory hole. So they'll publish it, but they never promote it. It never goes anywhere beyond just like, oh yeah, it was published in this journal and that's it. And then we move on. It goes down the memory hole. Let's see. What do you got here? Cuck is the N-word to white guys. Is it? Maybe it is. It's not honky. It's not white. Did you read my super chat? If you did, I'm sorry. I don't know that I did, man. That's in there somewhere. Let's see. Public. Okay, got you. Oh, we just got this. Hey, thank you very much for your support, my friend. I'll give you one of these. All these questions that are coming up now, like what even is cheating? What is masculinity? What is a real man? Given the gynocentrism running rampant in our society, all you have to do is ask, well, what benefits women? True. And the other thing, speaking of studies as well, I got to you. Speaking of studies as well, we are more inclined to believe studies that are flattering to the female nature than we are like the methodology. We're more inclined to do that. I've quoted that study from, I think it was Rolf Dengen gave me that one, or maybe it was Steve Stewart Williams, but we are more inclined. You have a strong predilection for things that complement female nature. Dark Knight. Sorry, Sammy just got it for me. Oh, the Fuentes things. That's okay. No worries. I know. With Fuentes on FNF getting kisses from black girls knowing his beliefs, and Adam22, can the red pill just be about practicality and not about color? Brother, I have been saying that since, I don't know, since I've got the, Sammy, go look up the Political is Personal on my site. I don't have any time to do it right now. I think it was 2014 or 2015, may have been 2015 I did this. I wrote an essay called The Political is Personal, and in there I said that the red pill must remain fundamentally apolitical, a-religious, a-racial, ideological. It has to stay a praxeology, and that means it's not about race unless the red pill is crossing over into race. So it's not a racial. The black people own the red pill. The white people own the red pill. Christians own the red pill. There it is. Thank you. Political is personal. Finally, political is personal. That was fast, man. You found that faster than I would. Political is personal. Let's see if I can read you that quote really quickly here. Yeah, that was really good. So let's see. Oh yeah, was it? Good women have abortions. Sure they do. Real power is the degree to which a person has control over their own circumstances. Okay, I got that. Let's see if I can read this. There's a really good quote in here. Oh yeah, legislating hypergamy. From the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, this amounts to socially shaming men's sexual imperatives while simultaneously empowering women's short-term sexual strategies and fermenting men's societal acceptance of it. Meaning, this is basically the open hypergamy plan. This is further enforced from the legal perspective through consent laws and having and vague anti-harassment legislation to ideally optimize women's hypergamous perspectives, meaning we're going to criminalize anybody making an approach. But that's not what I wanted to read. Where was that other one? It is. Okay. This is really good. So this was from The Political is Personal. I believe this was 2015. This was from, April 30th, 2015, from the Rational Mail, from my blog. You won't find this in any book, so that's why I'm reading this to you. Okay. It's my opinion that red pill awareness needs to remain fundamentally apolitical. In fact, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to show it to you because this is important. Because people don't understand how long I've been doing this shit. And they go, "Oh, Rollo, I didn't know you were like this. I thought I was gonna have a problem with you. I thought you were an asshole. Everybody else in the red pill told me you're an asshole. All these guys were the authorities. The blue-haired guy said you're a dick. I was expecting to lock horns with you, but you're actually a very sensible man. You're very intellectual. You're very intelligent. I want to talk more with you." Yeah, well, here's why. Because I've been doing this a long fucking time. That's why. So let me share something out of my foggy past with this is called The Political is Personal. And let's put me like here. That'll work. Okay. Political is personal. This is the last part of this, by the way. This is what it is right here. As you can see, it's April 30th. Rollo Tomasi. That guy again, man. That Rollo guy. What the hell? Rollo Tomasi don't get no hoes, man. What's wrong with you? Here you go.
Oh, those guys are facts.
No, that wasn't the one I wanted to hear.
Man, that's why I don't get no hoes, man.
Although that other one was pretty funny. Okay, this is at the end of this essay here. It's my opinion that red pill awareness needs to remain fundamentally apolitical, non-racial, and non-religious because the moment the red pill is associated with any social or religious movement, you co-brand it with an ideology, and the validity of it will be written off along with any preconceptions associated with that specific ideology, like the alt-right, maybe, like conservative politics, like, I don't know, ethno-nationalism that glorifies a certain political party from the late 1930s. Furthermore, any co-branding will still be violently disowned by whatever ideology it's paired with because the feminine imperative has already co-opted and trumps the fundamentals of that ideology as it is. The fundamental truth is that the manosphere, pro-masculine thought, red pill awareness, or its issues are an entity of its own. Written April 30th, 2015. Don't let anyone tell you different. This is what scares the shit out of the critics who attempt to define, contain, and compartmentalize the manosphere. Red pill awareness /red pill awareness. It's bigger than social, racial, political, or religious strictures can contain. It crosses all of those constructs, just as the feminine imperative has co-opted all of those cultural constructs. The feminine gynocentrism don't care what your political ideology is. It doesn't care what your religion is. I'll give you a quick example of that here in just a moment. The feminized infrastructure of the mainstream media, the MSM, that's just beginning to take the manosphere seriously in 2015, by the way. This is the conversations we were having back then. Thank you very much. To take it seriously enough to be critical are discovering this and trying to put the genie back in the bottle defined by their feminine primary conditioning. The idea that one of their own, whether in a liberal or a conservative context, is genuinely red pill aware and educating others of that awareness is unnerving for the feminine imperative that's already established strong footholds in either or both ideologies. There you go. Rollo Tomasi. April 30th, 2015. Go fuck yourself. If you want a second sleepover with a laddie, you have to rearrange your organs, laddie boy. On the first sleepover. Dung is fun. It's better if it comes in an Irish accent. Shout out to my buddy Steve watching. There you go, Sergio. You have your Steve gets his. Here, you know what? Here.
What is your major malfunction, numbnut?
That's for you, Steve. I just give you a sound drop. There's that attention you ordered. The Alpha AK. Hey, brother, just finished reading chapter 3 of Positive Masculinity, and I've got to respect how accurate your work has been. What? Do you think there are any signs of adaptations are taking place now? Yeah, well, I just did a whole time. I just did 4 hours of those adaptations, my friend. Yeah, they are. Really, open cuckoldry right now is a beta male mating strategy. It's an adaptation to the sexual market, the environment, the temperature, the atmosphere, the conditions of today's sexual marketplace. If we didn't have hormonal birth control, I'm not saying that's the cure, but I'm just saying if you took it away, or if it never had that, you wouldn't have these conversations. There would be no, can you believe this, Rollo? This guy's letting his wife get fucked. That wouldn't be that conversation. Your grandfather didn't have that conversation. And if he did, they were going down the street to go and have a word, have some strong words with that young man. And that's the nicest way I can put that. Let's see, is that it? I got the crux already too. All right, there you go. What is this? Wrong. Here, wait a minute. There you go. Wrong. The only solution the right have for men is to be a servant leader. Yeah, well, that's what they would like to throw out anyways, right? Not you wrong, they're wrong. While the left will lead you to open cucking. True, but remember this. Before you make that call, it's ideological or it's not, you have to remember that Jack Murphy, cuckold enthusiast, who is essentially did almost exactly what Adam22 did, only he just didn't commercialize it well enough, or maybe he was before his time. But you got to remember that Jack Murphy, he was very much involved in the conservative politics. People know his book, What is Democrats Are Deplorable, right? He was all into the alt-right. He was all into Trump. I'm Christian curious. I remember that that tweet that he put out there. He would like to present to all the world that he was on board with the likes of Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and certainly Steven Crowder and all those guys who are like these good, let's have a big American flag in our background. Remember, that's what tells you about the person you're hearing on the podcast, right? He was very much a conservative, or tried to be. If you looked at his liminal order, which is probably now defunct, but at the time you looked at Jack Murphy, he was very, very much a conservative, and he was all about cucking. I don't know if he tried to talk about that privately with his conservative friends, his Republican, evangelical Christian friends. I don't know if that would have gone over very well, but this is a guy who wanted to present himself as a good, God-fearing Christian man. The liminal order, we're all going to get together and climb mountains, guys, and grow our beards out. Yeah, maybe naked and dye it a little stripe in it too. Yeah, be a Jack Murphy kind of guy. Until Sidney Watson basically stumbled into destroying his career, which was funny. But yeah, he was very much a conservative. Destiny, on the other hand, same thing, doing exactly the same thing as at least openly. He's not trying to hide it. But Jack Murphy's only mistake was not owning it. He just said, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, I wrote that. That was then, this is now. If he would have people will forget about things and forgive things without an afterthought. But if you try to you're like an eel in the weeds, and you're like, fuck you very much, heartfelt. If that's you, and that only just snowballs and amplifies, man. Destiny owns the same shit that Jack Murphy lost his entire career for. And now and people are saying this too about Adam22. They're like, he's ruined. This is the end of Adam22. No, this is the fucking beginning of Adam22 is what this is. This is like new Grift territory. It's brilliant, man. Bravo. I don't agree with it on a moral perspective, but from a business perspective and from a hustle perspective, he played everyone. He played Andrew fucking Tate. He played Tucker fucking Carlson. He played, who else has he played since? He played Pearl like a fiddle, man. That was awesome. Like, God damn, man, what a great finishing move. Hey, Pearl, how about this? I offer you $1 million, $1 million, and he's got the money to do it. I'll give you $1 million if you fuck me and Lena on camera. My stars and garters. That response is exactly what he fucking wants, man. That would have been worth $1 million. You've been played. You've been played. What are you going to do about it, Pearl? Nothing, because that's what your grift is. I didn't know. You fucking knew. Oh, man. Once again, God makes a joke, and I'm the only one that gets it. Oh, boy. Yeah, what a fucking show. I hope he does more, quite honestly, because I just want to see how far he can take it. I don't think he's right. By the way, my moral judgment, my opinion of this is completely apart from my appreciation for the hustle. People don't understand that. Like me and Hotep Jesus, we're on the same page when we look at this. Like, I don't agree with anything he's done. Like, I'm actually, appalled by even the thought of like having something like that, do something like that with my wife. So from a personal perspective, if you want my judgment call on this, I'll tell you, you're right. But man, respect the fucking hustle, man. I don't agree with the point of it, but I got to say that here, I asked this question, and we're at the end here. So if you don't want to ask questions, that's fine. But why is it that everybody say, oh, he's a degenerate. This is what this progress. Even Pearl said something like this. She was like, this is what the left wants. And then, like, she's like that 12-year-old girl who keeps like the conversation going because she doesn't know what else to say. And so she wants to keep your attention focused on her. She's like, and then he did this. And then it's like, there's actually, I wasn't the Little Rascals or something like that. There's like a little girl who would like be there, like, and then like trying to hold your attention. That's the way I look at like Pearl these days, because she's like relevancy of any kind. Destiny is right. She is kind of like on the downswing right now, and I couldn't be fucking happier. But as far as the grift and the hustle is concerned, it's like, I see that. And I was asking this, I asked this in a tweet not too long ago. I was like, how come the left or the degenerates or the Adam22s of the world who are like, have plug talks, like how come guys like that have the creative mind to pull off a fucking epic, legendary troll like what he just pulled off in the last 2 weeks? How come they can do that, but the guys who are like sort of like the concern, how come nobody in Turning Point USA can do something that epic a troll to promote their own ideology? Because essentially it's the same. You could use that mechanism to do something. You could still do it like moralistically or ethically, I presume. You don't have to go have somebody fuck your wife, obviously, but you could do something of that caliber that makes the same impact to get people talking about a certain thing. Like who's talking about more? What are people talking about more right now? Are they talking about Adam22 and Lena the Plug getting fucked by Jason Love? Or are they talking more about that, what's that? The Sound of Freedom movie? I would argue that Adam22 trans way better, way higher than the Sound of Freedom movie, which is, of course, like everybody, all the conservatives are loving that. Now, if that was your ideology, why can't you use something that's similar to the grift anyways, or the methodology of an Adam22 to promote that movie? Because you lack the fucking creativity to do that. That's why you get me to do it. That's what you do. Come to me next time, Mr. Conservative Dinesh D'Souza. Get me to do it for you. I'm way more creative than that. God damn. Anyways, all right, that's it. Anybody else? No? Yes? Get them in, because I'm about to do it. You want to know? You want that story? How did I decide? You and Michael decide to partner up. I had just given up entirely on Valuetainment in July of last year, and me and Miguel were saying, why not do it? Let's do. We had planned. I wanted to do something more than just what I've been doing, right? And I was thinking I might be able to do that with Valuetainment. That never panned out for a variety of reasons, which I will keep my mouth shut about right now. But suffice to say that Miguel and I decided we were going to go do it in Vegas because he lives in Vegas. I live in Reno, and it's not that far. And we decided, like, back then, we were like, let's get a studio and let's start a show like that we want to do. Let's do our show. I was thinking maybe even doing the Rational Male there, and that's, of course, I moved into this new studio, But then I got in touch with Mike through Justin Waller, who had just done an interview with him. And I was in Vegas and I did an interview with Mike. And I said, Mike, let's do a show. And he's like, goddamn right. You're goddamn right. We'll do a show, right?
You're goddamn right.
And we started Access Vegas in October of last year. And it's turned, like right now, one of the reasons why we're looking at doing a weekly show, because we're doing them every other Thursday. Now we're looking at, this is the first month we've done it like every Thursday, and it's expensive to be flying down there all the time, but we're trying to find ways to, I really need, my goal at this stage is to get Access Vegas to pay for itself. And by pay for itself, I mean like pay for my airfare to go down there and do everything that I need to do. It's a labor of love right now because I really enjoy doing it. I love having the conversations. I love the girls. I love Mike. Mike is my heterosexual life mate almost. Like I get the same kind of vibe from Mike that I did from, and this is the first time this has happened since Pat Campbell died, but like I get a Pat Campbell vibe from Mike. And so I'm like, I just clicked, right? He's the only guy I know who like reads as many books as I do and is like as analytical as I am. Our delivery is different, but I think on an essential level, as far as like sort of being students of life, we are definitely on the same wavelength. We talk some good, like people don't know, we talk some good shit like on the side. So, and sometimes that comes out in the shows that we do with like Zerka of all people. The flat earth thing, I thought that was ill-advised, but it turned out to be a pretty good show actually. Did you see the articles about men that go to the gym and having life goals are far right? Any man who has his shit together is automatically far right. Any guy that is a body fat percentage lower than like 15% is probably far right. Any guy who has a bank account that indicates he's better than average is probably far right. They don't have to be. They could definitely be liberal, but like that's going to always be the impression. If you are in any way conventionally masculine, you're just accept the fact that it will be presumed that you are far right. What the fuck does that even mean anymore? Far right. So here's the thing. If I was to get into sort of a political debate, but God forbid, I think people would consider me like being like far right, but I'm not really. I'm sort of politically agnostic until we're talking about a particular topic. So if I talk about something like, if we're talking about abortion or something like that, my approach is much more analytical. But if I go and I say, well, Mr. Leftist, what is the function of abortion? Why do women fight tooth and nail to keep it legal and safe and everything? And then they'll give me some bullshit, flowery new age answer. I go, a woman has a right to do what choose, and she has the right to have her control of her own body and blah, blah, blah. And I go, no, that's not the purpose. The purpose is it's a fail safe for bad reproductive decisions. So with that in mind, going forward, how can we call this a right? And then you have a conversation from that perspective, because I got down to the nuts and bolts. I go from an empirical side. If conservatives hear that, they think that I'm pro-conservative, right? Now, if I go and I say, hey, Matt Walsh, if you think that abortion is murder, then are you prepared to convict and try and basically send to jail, or in some cases, some states, it might even be murder one and death penalty for women who have had abortions, or who are maybe not proactive, retroactively, but like who have an abortion? Are you willing to convict them of murder one? And then they'll twist in the wind. They'll be like, well, what about men? What about the sperm? What about the abortion doctors? I'm like, no, The woman is the one who does the deciding. Men don't have a seat at the table. I don't have a uterus, apparently, so I don't get to go speak on the Senate floor or talk about abortion. Women's reproductive rights. So if I don't get a say for that, but if we're going to call that murder and we're going to officially say that that's the designation for abortion, does your conviction over such extend to convicting women of murder 1, premeditated murder? Well, and then and then so if I say that, then conservatives and schmucks on the alt-right and the ethno-ortho bros think I'm pro-life. Like, no, I'm presenting a freaking logical dilemma for both of those people. It doesn't mean you can get nothing out of what my political ideology is from those two things, but it depends on who I'm talking to and what the context of the conversation is. So I'll comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. That is my political ideology. All this reminds me of the similarities bias between Steve Stewart Williams, hunting buffaloes with your dad as a young blood, gonna get you killed, age of beta, best from Germany. Okay, thank you very much. I'll thank you very much. All right, you guys, let's see. How tall is Michael Sartain really? Michael Sartain is exactly 6 feet tall. How tall is Michael Sartain really? On one episode of Access, these are great. One episode, keep asking me this shit. On one episode of Access Vegas, he stated that he was 6'1", and then you quickly looked under the table and made a quip about him wearing lifts in on his shoes. Did I say that? I didn't say that. If I did, I was fucking with him. He's definitely taller than me, but not by much. I don't have to like put myself on tippy toes. Like if I give like Justin Waller a hug, I have to like, but I'm 5'11". No lie. I'm 5'11". I should do that. Should I do that on Instagram? Like, here, measure me. I am actually 5'11". So when you see me standing next to Robert Kiyosaki or George Gammon, both of whom are well above 6 feet, they're like, I think Kiyosaki's 6'2". George Gammon is like taller than Justin Waller, and Justin Waller is 6'3". I think George must be 6'4" or 6'5". He is a tall dude. Myron Gaines, very tall, well over 6 feet. I'm not exactly sure what his height is, but certainly over 6 feet. John Zerka. John Zerka like 6'5". That dude's a wall. So if you see me standing next to John Zerka, I'm not a manlet. I'm 5'11". I'm like above average. It's just that the dudes I hang out with are fucking huge. So I did say that. Okay, I'm gonna have to go look at that. Did I actually say that? If I did, I was fucking with him. He doesn't actually wear lifts. I've seen him with no shoes on, by the way. I've been to his apartment. When he says he's 6'6", I believe him. He is taller than me, and I am 5'11". So he is at least 6 and maybe 6'1". I'm not really sure. I've never taken a measuring tape to find out for sure. Would you like me to do that? That would make for some really good grade A Instagram reels. Me and Mike are going to like measure each other, and I don't mean dicks. I mean like how high we are. Did you hear that, Mike? We're gonna have to do that. Glenn will do it. You know, it's funny. It would be funny if we did it in like a 7-Eleven, and you know they have those height things when you're going out the door, because like if you rob the place, they want to see how tall the perpetrator was. That's what we ought to do. We should stand by one of those measuring things at 7-Eleven or a convenience store or something like that, and say, look, if we were to get arrested for like armed robbery, how tall will we be? Yeah. Zerka is well above 6 feet. Well above 6 feet. He makes like I don't know how tall Sneeko is. Sneeko's actually a pretty tall kid, but Zerka is like a freaking walking wall. I can understand why women would feel a little bit unsafe and a little bit threatened by him. Okay, I mean, come on, and I get it, right? Oh well, you should have, like when Allie was feeling, I feel unsafe. The dude is 6'5", and he is pretty muscular too. Like fucking trend, cocaine, and Adderall. Yeah, maybe I'm a little, maybe not unsafe, but uncomfortable. You never know if he's gonna like lose his shit. We're gonna have to like hit him with like, I don't know, like animal tranquilizers. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's good enough. All right, guys. Thank you for watching today. Hope you got something out of this. Honestly, just long story short, this is a big hose job. Literally, it's a big hose job. Adam22. I hope I can meet Adam, and I hope I can get him to come out to Las Vegas. I would very much like to interview him about this and other things as well. I want to see how like well versed he is on the manosphere, like proper. He always says, I don't know what the red pill shit is. Well, he certainly seems like he does by the way he's marketing this whole shtick, right? So I'm next, let's see, Thursday. So I won't have a Wednesday unless something really weird happens. I won't have a Wednesday midweek, but I will be on Access Vegas on Thursday. That is 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time. I know we usually hold out till about 8:30, but that's not I swear to God. Hey, we're more prompt than Fresh and Fit. Okay. We don't like take it out an hour. If I say 8 and we make 8:30, that's 30 minutes. That's not like an hour and 30 minutes. And then usually it's because we're waiting for girls to show up, because most of them are pretty prompt, but then like you got one or two stragglers. And so we kind of had to hold out for that. We also have like a lot of technical stuff that we have to do because there's a lot of people in that room, but we're not doing it deliberately. We just do it because we oversell ourselves, I think. Anyways, so I will be there Thursday, and the following week I'll probably be doing some short form videos at Jabrizi's at some point, since you guys seem to like that. So if you like the Jabrizi stuff, like let me know. That's the studio. Well, Jabrizi is actually the guy who owns the place, but it's a apartment called Jade Apartments, and it's in Vegas that we do it in. It's a really great location. So me and Glenn will probably be doing some short form stuff. Like he'd just be my producer, and I'm just gonna like riff for a little while, maybe 30 minutes on whatever comes to mind. I do have a Substack. If you really enjoyed this show, or you liked my reading of my future forecasting, you can get more of that at my Substack, which you can subscribe to right there. If you're interested in one-on-one mentoring, like hands-on stuff, and you want to join a community of guys that is bottom up rather than top down, I would always suggest Men of Action, which is there, the second link down. And then please, all of the stuff that I've read today has been in all 5 of my books. So please go to Amazon and pick up my books and buy actual books. Don't buy it from some pirated asshole who lifts my material. That's what everybody does to one effect or another. I don't know when the No Jumper video comes out, but I will certainly let you guys know when that happens. I also do not know when my interview with the Green Room comes out, but I think they'll probably put it out pretty soon. Like the video. Thank you very much, Mr. Blada, for your input. And let's see what. Oh, and then so if you're looking for if you guys came here and you go, what's Rollo talking about? Where's the Flat Earth video? The Flat Earth video is on Mike Sartain's show. So you can go to his channel, Mike Sartain Podcast. Just look it up. If you, I think the link is in there too. But you can get the Flat Earth, which was just a fucking clusterfuck. And we also have a roundtable discussion between myself, Glenn Lawrence, Zerka, and Mike Sartain, which actually I think was probably the gem of all of that, of all of those videos. That is on Mike's show, and it's also on, it will soon be on Access Vegas, and it's on Zerka's channel too. You probably have already seen it, but I will rebroadcast it here and Access Vegas because it was just so good. I think why not? And then what else do I? Oh, I'm working on finishing my doing the final work of videography on my first class ever. It is the first module for the Players Workshop. I should be done with it by Wednesday. And if everything goes well, I will start the launch for the classes by the following week. So that's coming up very, very soon. I'm almost done. I'm happy to say I'm almost done with the first installment of the Players Workshop that is all based on my 5th book, The Player's Handbook. Those are going to be the classes that I mentioned in the book itself. So those will be coming up. If you are a Patreon subscriber of any caliber, you will get, well, I should say, if you're if you're in my Zoom call tier, which is if you want to be part of the Patreon group, you get free access to those. So that's not only do you get to be part of the group, you also get free access to the upcoming kind of, I guess, teachable, right? It's a master class is what I'm trying to make it like a master class. So that's coming up very soon, probably next week, if everything gets done fast enough in post-production, which I think it will. It'll be a series of classes, and then I'll have a couple of online Zoom calls and discussions for people who have questions about me answering the questions that are in the video. And I'm pretty proud of it thus far. It looks more like a TED Talk and a master class, and it's exactly what I wanted to do. The cinematography is great. I've spared no expense. I've spent a lot of money on this, but I think it's worth it because it's the first class I've ever done. And I could have done it here and had it out sooner, but you guys see me do this all the time. So I want to do it something that's a little bit more intimate and more conversational. So that'll be coming up soon. And let's see, last but not least, I'm thinking I might be at Babes in Toyland, which will be next Wednesday. I'll be there. Oh, and don't forget, Sharp from Adam22 from No Jumper will be our guest on this Thursday's Access Vegas, which should be a lot of fun. And and then I also did a series of other podcasts. I'll let you guys know when those come up right now. I don't even want to make those things. What's this? What's that? Oh, by the way, and if you didn't catch this, and this is my last point, if you didn't catch this at I think it was like the middle or the end of the flat earth debate, I put out a challenge to all the people who are the flat earthers, right? I don't know if this will happen because people will just like explain it away, but but Zerka agreed to this. He said, I said this, I said, if you agree to do it, we can start a Kickstarter fund to get enough money generated by all the flat earthers who seem to think that this is valid. We're going to get enough money for what, $250,000, $300,000, so we can get a ticket for the space plane on Virgin Galactic so that Zon Zerka can go up and experience 0G and look down and see if the earth is curved, see if it's actually a globe from orbit. Of course, they'll make up some bullshit reason why it's not, but if you put your money where your mouth is, I always thought that was a pretty good challenge, man. Came to me in a dream. All right, you guys. Thank you very much for everything, and I will see you guys later. Vaya con Dios. Happy trails. And you want to see this one more time? And I'll see you guys later. Bye.
I need to feel you on top of me. Hey y'all! It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. She's not a Christian. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox. Yo. Get my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could save my life.
We say to give a woman vote is like to let a monkey fly a plane. Very dangerous.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name. She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stopping with her hair. Like she's not a Christian. So baby, one day, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down on your body. Run me up, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it?
City Podcast has been a production of the Rational Male. Registered trademark 2023. All rights reserved. Don't steal my stuff.
All right, all right, all right.
What is your major malfunction, numbnuts?
Well, I'm a whore.
If maybe we could talk again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? If maybe we could talk again, then maybe things are different.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
The best of my life.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?